video psychic reading. I was a little all over the place. I got to work on that. But it happened, you guys. Oh my gosh, it happened. I got to make sure that, yeah, I got my little, okay. It was good. I did really well. Yeah, I would have been so proud. I wasn't ready. So now I know how to, yeah, I need to work on that, you guys. I need to fix that so I can next time stay live. Yeah, I was a little like everybody is trying to talk to me at once. Um, yeah, they were trying to hold on to me for dear life, and they know full and well, like they were crossing. I need to take a break. I had to go. Whew. I'm gonna come back, and then I'll be live. Uh, yeah, that's a good idea. Mm-hmm. I'm logged out right now. I don't have to be on until 10. But that'll give me time. Like I had to like deal with them, deal with the rest of that. I do the rest of my time for my other one. But I'm gonna be live. But yeah, I decided to come back, and I was here cracking up. Um, Let me see, having a good time, enjoying the conversation. Okay, so um, I'm live again, you all. Let me make sure. Okay, so I gotta make sure that I can stay on, stay available. Like a little, yeah, I gotta come back and kind of figure out. Let me see. Hold on. So anyway, how are you all doing today? I don't even think I asked. So anyway, I'm back. Oh yeah, and I definitely not gonna trust y'all. So that's out. I cannot trust y'all. Anything y'all say in the chat box. I mean, I know when to trust y'all, but I just want to make sure, you know, that that I want to be clear. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you all like fraud me. I'm gonna First of all, I'm gonna have to do a reading on you. Okay, so let's say you're gonna try to fraud me. I know y'all are not spiritual, so and y'all know how y'all never met a powerful or elder. So anyway, let's say you try to defraud me, right? You come at me, right? I'm gonna go like this. Your name could be 60-fold angel, and you said I'm from YouTube, by the way. I'm like, okay, and look at me, I got a ranch. I can make you disappear. Okay, let me shuffle my cards. Let me see what they want me to do. I'm gonna shuffle these cards. Okay, then I'm gonna say the sun, the Hierophant. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Devil. Uh-oh. Leo. Uh-oh. Look, all these spiritual cards coming up. The Emperor. Ooh. The High Priestess. Seven. That's six. Higher Arcana. Seven. The Chariot. Uh-oh. Eight. The daggers on you. Uh-oh. The sword against you. Y'all. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna say no more. I still know y'all not convinced that y'all shouldn't play around with wizards. Okay. All right. All right. I'm gonna let it be. I'm gonna let it go. But I think I said enough, in my opinion. I've already said, look, I'm a black belt psychic. Okay, now I believe, according to the law, I fulfilled my obligations. Hi, Good to see you. Welcome. If you're just coming in, I had a crazy wild video chat reading. Yes, you can video chat reading with me. I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying I do that professionally, and I am here to answer all of your questions and help you out. Anything you might want to know. I don't mind if you ask a question in the chat box. That's absolutely okay. I'd love to. I had to log out of one, but which in the morning time, I guess I'll give this America the preference. I just give them the right of way. But y'all happen to, come on, then I'll read for you. You know. So the 10 o'clock is going to be strictly Europe. So, by the way, I read people from Europe and all across Europe, all across. Okay, so when I say Europe, it's like Africa, it's many countries. Okay, it's right. Because you have Denmark, that's Europe. You have Spain, that's Europe. Portugal, that's Europe. France, that's Europe. Just like Africa. So if I say I read people from Africa, you'll say what country? Kind of like if I say, well, I read for people from Europe, then you say what country? Like, come on. Really? You want to know exactly where? Fine. Zimbabwe. Fine. The different ones. South Africa. Okay, fine. But when I say Africa, I mean any country uh, in Africa. Kenya. Is that good? So, mm-hmm. Like if you say the States, you say what part? Oh, really? What part? Of course, the person who's asked that is probably from Europe, and they'll say Ontario. Oh my gosh. So I'm gonna hang out for a little bit. That worked out nice. Okay, so yeah, I was having a pretty good reading, but I was like, child, here I come back. I'm gonna be 100% complete. I just, yeah, yeah, I needed to come back um, in an hour, take a little bit of a break. I didn't want to exhaust all my break. Cause I gotta come back I'm gonna stay on here throughout 10, I guess. Hopefully I can stay on till 3 because I have to work till 3. Yeah, it's gonna be a big one, but I wanted to start early, I started from 7 till 9, and then my real schedule is from 10 to 3. But from 7 till 9 in America, that's when I'm available to you all. Then you get to have your evening, and I get to have my evenings. Mm, yeah. So I hope you all are having a great day and life is treating you good. That you all are happy. Um, and that you're in a good space. I hope that you know you are looking after each other and you're doing something meaningful in this life. I hope that for you. One second. That's, I kind of forgot that part. Yeah, I gotta plug in. All right. I definitely gonna want to reach out to them and do the whole. Yeah, I gotta email them later. I need to email all of the clients. But so, yeah, I'm going to email only the current for that client's that week and give them the whole shebang, you know. hmm Help them out. Yeah, that was a good relationship situation. Anyway, helping people, get ahead in life. Okay. So, well, that was our first crack at it. I mean, I still have to perfect a little bit, and you know, I kind of like, uh, yeah. I mean, this is a nice setup. It's kind of off to the side, and I know that they're traditionally like there's a table like right here, and I'm still kind of I gotta figure that out. Anyway, I put it together. It'll come together. It's gonna come together slowly but surely. But yeah, I had to like read my tarot cards and see, whose side are the spirits on. Clearly, obviously, they're gonna be on my side. Yeah, yeah. So if I consider anybody from on YouTube in the chat box, I'm gonna do a reading. I'm gonna see what the spirits say. I'm like, oh, really? Let me ask your ancestors. See what your ancestors have to say about that. They're like, no, don't talk. No, don't talk to. We family, but they haven't found their road yet. They're not connected to the path yet. They still trying that same old human, the mortal stuff. I'm like, okay. Thank you so much, ancestral spirits. So make sure you're nice and fed, and you'll be so fat with riches, wealth, and nourishment, and blessings, and incense, and libations, you know. But as for you, with the body, like, you need to get it together. So, yeah, I didn't say I would ask my ancestors, which is neither here nor there. I mean, I'll ask your ancestors. Who are my ancestors? Those are the ancestors. All of the ancestors. I'll ask your identification to the ancestors you identify with, and I'll just ask them, because spirits don't lie, what they think, how they think of you, before I, take you serious. Especially like somebody what they said earlier. But my clairvoyance told me that person wasn't real. So I was like, yeah, I better like seriously, I better delete this before they start thinking that this is real. Yeah, I don't want you to start pretending like your craftiness is real. I might, fake like it is, pretend, but then you start acting like you really are getting on over somebody, and you really are gonna be like, oh wow, look, you're good at this, you're getting better at this fraud thing, on internet fraud thing. Yeah, that's when I have to say, look, not for reals. It was just trolling, dude, or do that. If you're a dude that, if you're a dude, whichever the one. If you're a dudette but a dude, or if you're a dude dudette but you're a dude, to extend that. If you're a dude and a dude, okay, I think we covered everybody. Ah, hopefully, by my statements about ancestors, obviously, I don't think color or race matters. So, ancestor is an ancestor, and spirits don't lie. Hmm. But anyway, it's a much more lighter conversation. I did give some very interesting information about, like, you know, you know, see, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is what I think. I think people who have this sort of mindset, I do believe that you wanted a bit of disarray. I think that you wanted a little bit of wackiness, craziness to go on, um, because it's like it's not that kind of like, okay, if there's a lot of craziness, you'll ignore me. It's like that's where you're gonna feel comfortable saying out loud. Your inner voice is out loud, but you have to say your inner voice out loud in this administration, and that's fine. That we just saying you should have said your voice out loud to begin with. Of course, a little bit of a buffer in between the power dynamic. So we have, like, there's the past other administration would put you in great power, where could demonstrate your inner voice but make a move. In this administration, you have to give us a chance to address this collective consciousness that we are all shared experience, so that you know whatever the lessons are become universal consciousness or universal laws. And yes, no one's perfect. That means some of us are wrong and are being corrected, which is a part of Pisces, which is about the illusion. So, like, the illusion of those things, power, whatever, inner voice, illusion, you know, uh, and regardless of how, to the top of your voice, on a mountain, that you stress them. And we get to take a look at it. Is it universal law? And if it's no good, because that's what the Pisces represents, age of Pisces mean perfect information, beneficial to humanity. And if it's not beneficial to humanity, praiseworthy, even if you want to be religious about it, then democratically, yes, democratically means that the people involved should have the right to decline it. Inner voice or no inner voice. Even if it's your inner voice, people should have the right to decline it if they don't want that. You could want it all day. You can have it all day. You could find people who are interested in that all day, all night. But a person is aware that of the inner voice. The person is aware what's being required or requested of themselves, and the person's ready to decline it or accept it. But that choice is there, and that choice is also respected and accepted. So, um, yeah. If I were a witch, by the way, I'd be called a prosperity witch, and my colors would be purple. If I were. I'm just saying. I don't know why I need to say that, but I'm just saying. So I help people prosper, but people be like, they'll get the one coin that never runs out. They'll get the seed that bears other seeds, but they will want the seed bag. they will want the coin, they will want the jar from which the coin sprang. It's just so that they could tell the world, dictate the world, not tell the world they have this, but to dictate in other people's affairs. So like those what do you call it? Those folklore stories about the king who could never have enough. True. The queen who always sought to be the middle of the center of of her people, the people's eyes. True. Those folks tales were like, there's no one that shrewd, or there's no one that shallow. I wish I wish you knew better. I wish you knew better. Yeah, I mean, straight out of fairy tale. I mean, like the little ones, the big, you know what, the big ones, colorful, and has a moral ending at the story, straight out of that story. Those storybooks. People are character wise telling you. I I have no reason to lie, and I love my clients. I love like y'all have to come and pay me. But on the other hand, when people in their mortality, right? When people really do seek to grow, that is so rewarding. When people are ready to grow and they embrace that they can grow, and I love when my clients are confident. I love that about them. When they're confident and there's nothing in this world that they cannot have or cannot achieve, and they go out there to do it. Not saying that they got to go out and become the seventh power of light for humanity. Nothing like that. I mean, just outright, look, I like themselves, that they're as a person become better for themselves, and then everybody around them, even if it's only one person or who is around them, is get to share into that good vibration that they're giving to themselves is worth it to me. So that's why I'm not going to allow you all to come and enter into the YouTube chat box, and kind of pushing your luck with the whole, fraud thing. I don't mind you coming to play a little bit. I don't mind you playing a little bit. You can have some jokes. Light trolling. Trolling is acceptable. You know, I make fun of myself sometimes. So I'm okay with that. I can take some hits. I'm just saying. Now, when you start like creating dialogue that I deem a little too much, a little too dangerous, like coming here and masquerading as YouTube, in the chat box and having a ranch there, that's kind of push. And then like saying, you got to do this in 20 minutes and or else, make your channel disappear. I did see that that is a bit of threatening. It's kind of like a gun, but the gun is unloaded. It's not. It's empty, and you just kind of brandishing it. That's still considered a threat. Yeah, you can't brandish a gun. So, and you cannot impersonate people of you cannot impersonate a lawyer. You should not impersonate um, a law enforcer. You shouldn't impersonate an agent. You should not impersonate a PhD, a surgeon, a doctor, a nurse, a psychic. You should not impersonate a spiritualist, or pastor. You should not impersonate, YouTube faculty. No, you should not do that, because yeah, it's too. Even though yeah, a few laughs, it just when you start thinking about it, because of the nature of the power dynamic that is associated with that position, it is still borderline though to the what ifs. You know, like what if a person said, "Oh my gosh," and then reaches out, and is like actually logged out and goes and puts an apology up there, and the next thing you come back and you're like, well, you've been, your account has been flagged, and you have a lot of flags on your account, and you have to like pay um, $10. You see what I'm saying? Like, ooh, go a little further, go a little further. So I'm just already like letting you know, like as you coming in the door, like, nah. And I know your feelings are hurt because we're very much aware of what that is called, and we know the street name for it. We also know the legal name for it, fraud. And we know the name. We know the street name for it, trolling. And yeah, and we're only gonna let you go so far before we stop you. So, and that's why I, zeroed out. That's the only reason why I zeroed out that comment. Other than that, I did find it humorous, but like I said, security. For security reasons, don't, yeah, don't. I just previously had a conversation about people want to know what my system, the system I'm on. So, I'm like, look, like you all stay away from my computer. My computer is my computer, is my business computer, company computer, and do business from there. I don't want you in it. I don't want you involved. I don't want you even near it. Don't be telling me to do this or that on my devices. You know, thank you very much. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, stay away from that. Yeah, don't play with my business. Yeah. Don't play with my house. Don't play with my vehicle. Don't play. Just don't. There's other ways to play. You could play in many ways. You could play on me. You can play on my looks, on my haircut. But I'm not cutting my hair. I mean, you can play my head. You can play on my nose, my mannerisms. You can play on my shirts. You know, you you can't play on my tarot cards. Oh, that's another one that's off limits. Can't play on my tarot cards. Um, you know, you can make fun of my little microphone that I have. You can play on my cup. You can play on. Oh, this is, by the way, this is a covering, but you can play like that. You can play on my belief systems, my philosophy in life. You can play on the fact that I like the Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, that I like Jesus Christ. But you can't play with my life, though. I can't let you get away with that because I want to make sure that I know that I let you know that I'm not gonna let you do that. That I then on top of that I know again that I make sure that you don't that you know. I want you to know. Okay, all right. And as you already know, being I'm all in ascendance. I'm ascending that I don't play with you at all ever. You know, so and I get it right the first time. So like I can go into other people's lives, have a good time, and joke, and never play with their life enough whether they're like you know they feel convicted or they feel endangered. But I digress. I'm ascending, so I'm held to a higher standard. I get it, but I um, expect higher standards from those who I encounter. So, with that said, we'll let that conversation go. And doesn't mean I'm taking my eye off of you because that's my job. I'm still the Trinity. I'm still trifecta. I'm still here. Trifecta. 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 What are your prices? What do you think is fair? What do you think my price should be? I'm not offering any readings to anyone, but what do you think my price should be if I ever did? While you're looking for, if you're looking for a personal reading, and you suggest a price, we agree. Of course, I would read for you. Of course. Um, yeah, private reading means still through YouTube. Just it'd be private, and I could get you the recording. You could come on live with me because I would have a link for you to click to come on. Yeah, if you presented a price, what do you think my prices are steep though? If you go through my companies, yes, pretty steep. For example, one of them I'm like $9 a minute. I'm top tier psychic, so trust me, I know what prices are. I know my worth. Don't tell me you don't know. You can't even tell me what price you are. You don't know even know your worth. No, I'm nine. I said I'm $9 per minute. Nine, you want me to tell you? You want $9 per minute? And then you want to times that by an hour? You want to eat an hour with me? How long you need? you know, $9 per minute. Add it up. No, seriously. Yeah, if you present a price and I accept it, I'll make your reading come true. Yeah. But if you were to say, give me a generic price, stop playing, I would say my rate would probably start around like $20. I would charge you $20. Now, whenever I get to memberships, I'm gonna make membership prices affordable for everybody. So even if you are a six-figure person, if you are a $50,000 a year person or a 25, hopefully 35,000 because you got a raise. Then they raise the minimum wage, so hopefully you're like 35 to 40,000 a year. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna make sure that all across the board that my prices are affordable, like my membership specifically. So I'm gonna create memberships um, where people can and most likely the way that I would do it is um, like depending on because I can only read so many people, no matter how many memberships, right? So let's say I have memberships and they're 40, like, okay, so usually typically to purchase time for a psychic, like the least price is $40, right, for membership. I would say even if 500 people, right, with $40 memberships, that means I have to read for 500 people per month. And guess what? 500 people are going to want what they pay for per month. So you see what I'm saying where I'm going with this? So what I would end up doing is saying, well, 500 people, probably I would want them to pay maybe less. Like I would probably settle for more like 100 people paying like maybe like $5 or $6 per month, and I would just give them a ring per month. So I want to do something like that because as the number grows, it will be very difficult anyway. But then I probably like to make sure that like I'm not saying, okay, it got backed up to like 5 years of people who, like, will I ever get my reading? Oh my gosh, because it's like you have so many people, you've got like 500 people again paying only they're only paying $6 a month, but you have to give these people a reading per month. So I'm gonna make it where there is a tier where people can have a reading at least once a month, and it may be a higher tier. Like that one would be a higher tier. Like they may not need a reading necessarily for 1 month, and that's okay, but they certainly will have a reading with me in the following month, for example, or when they need it, or reading as needed, more or less. Is what I'm trying to say. So if there's like an ongoing thing, like they may have just lost their job, now they have to find another one. And so yeah, they don't have to wait. I'm not gonna make it where it's a type of tier where they don't have to wait till next month to have a reading with me. They'll be able to have a reading with me and like we're working on a project where our main purpose is Okay. Did you get the contract? Yes. Did you sign? Great. Okay. Well, go on and transcend and be a happy person. And then I might tell you a little bit extra additional information. So I'm definitely going to have tiers like that. But yeah, there will be tiers where it allows people to come into member only type lives and interact and ask questions like, hey, so I'm thinking about, buying this piece of property in Arkansas, or Arkansas. Should I do it? Kind of property like it's very kind of close to the river, a beautiful scenic, scenery. Is it good or no? Bad investment or what? Are there too many spirits there? I'm gonna have a tier for that. Like people just kind of come in and just ask a general question. So I live in this historic house. Should I sell it, or hey, I think there's an entity here, spirit here. What do you think? I've seen shadows, heard. I know something is here. Do you think it's haunted? Because people that have historical houses kind of like the idea of having their home haunted, and they, of course, I've worked with even some that have opened up their house to the public, as like a museum sort of thing, and they can take them around, show them around, and tell them stories, or open it up as like a haunted, historical home Airbnb. Yeah. So, anyways, I'm gonna make it where, regardless of like if you're a billionaire or you just work really hard for what I'm gonna make it where everybody can access full on services. So that's what my intentions are as I'm becoming monetized. But am I trying to monetize right now? I don't even offer you the opportunity for services. I mean, you had to ask me about it, by the way. And no, I don't. As you could tell, there's no place to buy or to purchase my services. Like, I don't offer you PayPal. I don't offer you Cash App. None of that. So yeah. So there's no way for you to actually get my services again unless we negotiate. You have to negotiate with me. That's the only way you could. Because I'm really not interested in that yet. Not for you guys. I'm already, as you can tell, I read while I'm live, so I'm psychically, my intuition is keeping these lights on somehow. This perfect internet that never mess up. So that you're doing that somehow. How are you doing it? Well, I'm a professional expert psychic every day, and I'm associated with famous psychics. I work with the clients of. Oh, hold on, I gotta go to work on one end. Okay, good. Woo. I mentioned work, and I'm like, I gotta go to work. Okay, hurry, 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 hurry. Okay, I'm back. All right, okay, I'm back on. Okay. Okay, you know what I'm saying, right? So I'm working. So five famous psychics. Each of them represents a star. I'm a 5-star rated psychic, literally on all across Europe platforms, all American platforms. So I work at the top company, top tier, in America, $9 a minute. So here in America, so yeah, top tier. And I'm with integrity, obviously, with these companies, right? I'm becoming a trusted, renowned. I'm not claiming famous, but renowned. There are famous five psychics who I work with their clients, kind of like if you think of an like a like an intern, and I am channeling all of that into my YouTube channel. So how will people pay you then if you don't offer any means of compensation? Exactly, it's all going to be through YouTube. YouTube is going to be my website. Basically, you'll have to go through memberships, or the other one is like gifts. Like if you like a one-off can happen through gifts. Yeah. Or just gift because you just like it, you just want to. But this is a service-based live. So maybe people will gift because of the service. Get it? Because I know people can gift because they just like hey, you bring a lot of laughter into my home. So I want to bring a lot of spirituality and psychic invention and ingenuity and acceleration into a home. So that's what I want to do. Yeah, so I'm highly ethical, very focused, and obviously, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not going to let anybody play with me, not for real. I mean, you can play with me and joke with me, make fun of me, that's fine. But, not like, you know, get me like to defocus from my actual clients who have very real lives and a lot of people count on them, etc. They're pretty big stuff. So, and I also want to treat, even though this is YouTube, but this is YouTube as a social media, yes, and I want to enhance those individual people's lives. There's a place we all go where you can say about anything in their chat box. There's a place for that. Right? But then there's also a place where you have to speak in complete sentences, and because otherwise your chat, your little thing will you'll sound ignorant, right? Because everybody else is speaking in full sentences and being very logical and being very very educated, and here you are like doing like putting phrases not full sentences and run-ons and emojis, series of emojis in the chat box. So you know what I'm saying? So there's a place for, you say, yeah, you go ahead, boy, you get that dollar. Yep. Well, congratulations. There's a place for all of that. If you'll excuse me. Okay. A pleasure. A pleasure. Good to hear your voice. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. Mm. Mm. Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm. Okay. Mm. Right. Okay. Sure. Okay. Mm. Right. Oh my. Mm. Right. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Mhm. Yes, there's some good things going on. There's a powerful and very direct hidden message as well about your dream. You're gonna love it though. What they're gonna say. But I'm listening to what you at the moment. I'm listening. Hmm. Yes. Right. This is definitely in in the dark astrals, and basically this dream is letting you know that you're transcending. You are becoming more valuable, and you are getting into that where you're naturally vibrating a higher number. Okay, and it sounds like a very specific number. Wow, 200. Wow, 200 grand. 200. That's 200,000. Wow, nice. And pounds. That's a great deal. Right. So okay. So, um, like when the rest of the world says 200 and then put pounds, it's like, okay, we know, our ears perk up. Okay, so that's the extremes. So this is saying that, as you are elevating, basically, because it is said, so this is an interview, clearly an interview for a higher position, or a position that you're entering into, and you're like, well, why do you want the position? Because you're leaving. Then you say, no, you can speak business from this point on, and you say, I want to because I'm ready to take on this higher salary, which means higher, more responsibility. I have so much that I've brought already, learned. I want to bring it and put it to use here in this new role. Of course, more money is nice, so you can, you get to a place where you're being honest. Or so there's that. So that's what this means. I know it's speaking specifically to A level. Like it's like you're having to realize that you're doing really well now, like you said, socially, especially. It's already doing wonders for you. But imagine, like, once you have this under, they say, notch under your belt with the A levels, like, you truly are going to be like very valuable, and that means you are transcending other people, like people who normally you'd work with at the like last year's level, like the way you would like a few years ago. Is definitely going to be different, a year up, like in 2026, 2027, and they want to work with you. It's not going to be the same when you have a level under your belt and you have elevated, and you become silk. Does this make sense? You're going to be on a higher platform, if I may say that, energetically. Even the very fact that they're addressing you now with the A levels. You have mastered A levels. You've experienced it already. You're contemplating the next journey. They already can't speak to you, Rebecca, like you know, maybe they could when you were just getting started. You were seeing what your options are, but you were working. You still could do the things, but you just, you still had a journey. If you want to say you're going to put a year behind it, you can say past 2 years. It's not going to be the same working with you, uh, future wise, going forward, as it has been in even recently in the past, which is beautiful when you think about it, because basically saying, so I'm embracing what I'm worth, and also that my journey of growing is still, I'm still growing, and I'm being recognized for that growth. Yes, absolutely, 1,000%. And I mean, you've been, oh, if I may add one more little thing, your dreams continuously illustrate that you are actually in motion when it comes to your A level. You've had a few dreams already that you've allowed me to read, that you've shared with me, Rebecca, and every time that you've shared, the dreams are speaking about like you're in action as in motion. You're on wheels towards moving through like your A levels or your vision to becoming silk as well. Right. So I love these past two dreams you shared. They are very much in alignment. But that's what this dream means. And they had to choose somebody like him, somebody who you've worked with and you recognize and you're not repelled, who doesn't give you the sense of being repelled or you're not repelling him in life. They had to use him. And they had to use him in the way that would represent what you know of him, like know of your experience working with him in the real life in your past versus now going forward. Kind of like, oh wow, by by next year, I won't be able to afford you anymore. Like oh wait, oh and graduate that class. Here you've been working for me for the past 3 years. Oh my gosh, what I'm going to do with you? You're now, you have additional skills now. What can we do with you now? And the worry of, gosh, you're outgrowing our position we've given you, haven't you? So are you bored? Asking if you're bored, or not. You're not being challenged. You're being challenged enough. Are you getting everything you wanted from our that we can offer you? Or making suggestions. Hey, you have really grown, and we want you to stay. Of course we do, but do you feel that we support you? We write the references for you and help. Encouraging you to take that higher, that big next step into your career direction. So it could be that even, or making up or like a, hey, I have a boss. He's but the only thing is it's somewhere in another region. You're gonna have to move to, but I believe we believe you'd be the right fit for it. That I've had those kind of readings before. So it's mainly saying that he even will have to acknowledge you. That's why they used him in the real life, like you said. But what is this got has to do with him? Yes, because he would work with you, but he's gonna say, do you still want to do some of the work that he would offer you to do now that you're in this new area, you got this new title, so in this new group, you still can work together. You still like kind of like the work that we used to do, and when you might want something more up to the level of where you are today. Right? Okay, you got it. Okay, I'll stop there. Right. In other words, he's acting like a stranger would. He's saying, it's like, well, I just or some people just remember working with you in the past and how flexible you were in the past, and now you're like, we have to pay you that. You have to. Oh, that's your your amount. That's your budget. Or you're asking him, is that his budget? 200 grand is not that you want to be my budget for you. Well, 3 years ago, it was like 3 years ago, I'm in a total, I'm an A group now. I'm not, I let you know, I'm always growing, and I'm learning and I'm experienced and I've grown since then. So yes, it is definitely talking about strangers, but it was also letting you know, like relatability wise, that, some people, yeah, some are going to be frankly, maybe a little bit bothered by your growth and you're intimidated. Some people are going to embrace it. But mainly, importantly, this is from you as the experiencer, you're embracing your growth. This is a good problem to have, overqualification. That's a good problem because they face just as much as I guess we call like limited options as some, others on the polarity wise. But I'm just saying you're in a place where you will have to attract those people with that type of budget now. Which means your sphere of influence, although growing, is going to have to also that sphere for growth of people with big budget, the kind of budget that's specifically because you have to work with people big budget already. Budget that's going to say we can afford you, Rebecca, at the level that you're today. We can afford you today. the version of you, right? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm. Yes. Beautiful. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Okay. Mhm. Right. Mhm. Right. Well, this is a lot. And what's so beautiful about, like you said, these are things that's been a lot's been happening during this time. Essentially, starting August 10th, we entered into the NASA dated Leo. We're in the Leo that's scientific documented, and so but this is really the part right here for you is that this is a time where emotions, like things that you could keep as in part of our inner dialogue or inner voice, the inner monologue, of course that's what Leo's about, the monologue, but it's like like an anomaly. It just hits at this precise time where this inner monologue becomes something on the outside, and that extra fiery Leo is like, let it out, right? Let that roar out, and here you are like roaring, and you're like, oh boy, you. It's like, how did I say this and land those words so perfectly? Like you said, it's like people are saying things so perfectly. That's like Leo say things and don't. It's like they don't even hesitate, right, out loud. So it's like things that like cancer, the sign for Cancer has to be pushed to the brink before they unload. But a Leo just says it as well at the top of their head. Oh, by the way, there is some things going on. Oh, minus Saturn. If Saturn was in Leo, this would be. That's why they're not like parents are not hurt, family members are not hurt because of that. Saturn is doing its thing. It's in retrograde, but it's not in Leo, so it takes away of that the deathly sarcasm, that dry vibration, that oh gosh, now we're just being hurtful. That's removed from it. So in other words, it's right. So it's accepted. So like a joke sounds like a joke. Something light sounds like a light. Something that is meant to inform sounds like useful information coming through. So it's not a misinterpretation, not misunderstood. Well, I didn't I caused they to feel a certain way, a bad way. That is removed from the equation. So that's beautiful. And Saturn and Neptune were joined hands for a while, as conjunct and all. Both of them retrograde, and you were able to see the truth of things, especially things of history, like because once upon a time, that's what Saturn's about, linked with the what do you call it? The illusions, like our dreams and things. So you've been dreaming quite heavily. Also, like dreams of like childhood, for example. That's what Saturn brings back up, dredges up, and you're able to vocalize that. So this is healing because Saturn allows us to heal old karmas that take a lifetime to do, and these kind of things that you do once in a lifetime because what you describe as the tragic or the important event happened once, but it's powerful. It's stuck for a long time in the lifetime, and then revisit it to relinquish it, which is now. Like you've been needing to say this for a while, but you needed the perfect words to say it, and here we are. So the family member can embrace it and can channel it or feel it without it becoming a dig. The brother still very much. This Jupiter is like you said, allows for your the good intentions of your brother to be seen, but also his personal intentions to be visible as well. He like it may though he may would like you to help in your own way because you want to. But then again, he may not ask. It may come off across like that. Like, he's like, yeah, I mean, of course, she wanted to like be a part of what I'm doing here. Yes, of course, she's always welcome. But then it's like, no, I don't. Well, I'm doing fine right now. I don't need to ask her or like kind of like hold you to it. Well, you're in a better place than I am, so you should want to do this. Because because it'll help you. It'll do something for you. He won't spin it off like that again. Like you're like a kind of like you're, like, don't you want to feel good about helping me? It's more like, well, if she wanted to, that's clearly up to her, up to him. But to me, when I read for him today, right now, as you and I are speaking, I feel like he's saying, I'm good right now. I'm doing okay, just what I'm doing right now. But at the same time, he's not saying the door's closed. He's just saying, finally, right now, I can actually say I feel good what I'm doing about what I'm doing. Hmm. So it's like things have improved for him. In other words, like I'll be fine. That's the energy I get. I get from him. Hmm. I'll be fine. Um, but and the energy collectively, family collectively, I feel like they are understanding. Like you deserve to have a life. Oh, this is why God made you rich, in their minds, this is why God, gave you favor, good favor when it comes to like monetarily. Like, oh, this is why, you're a phenomenal lawyer. You got so much going for you, and the wonderful things that between your husband, you work very hard to be able to do. It's supported by the universe. Oh, you have an enchanted life. Now I get it. You made sacrifices, you accepted things, that some of us ordinary people, we would say no way, and we'd be stuck. And you were able to, the fact that you were able to, what they call excel, be beyond it. Anyways, you see, you went on and you did what you went on to said, this is what's important right now, what I do with my education right now. They gave me the money to afford me to go to this school. I'm going to make the most of it. I'm not going to be in this school like, well, I deserve it anyway. I'm here anyway. And like, but I'm still mad at everybody. Like, no, I'm going to go here and get the education and get on and move on, things like that. And I'll just remember everything. And you did what a lot of people may find it difficult to do. Like those success stories, somebody who's adopted and then they get into a private school. They were the new family, but they play the piano really well. So it's like you found your gift and you held on to it. And made it into a talent and made it into a skill. And you went on to have a life, and you have a story to tell. And so they're smiling on the inside, like we're related to her. So they are admiring you too. You become a bit of an admiration. In other words, they're smiling, by the way. When they read it, it wasn't like, oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing. It's more like I get the vibrations of natural inward smiling, smiling on the inside. That's associated with Leo as well. And I think I feel like they're, in other words, astonished, like, yeah, she's us, and we're happy for her. She's doing good. That's what the vibrations, the energetics that they're on. That's the plane they're on. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Right. Mm. Right. I get the sense that they will. It doesn't feel like he's acknowledging the post, but I do believe energetically this information will reach them. Sometimes people psychically, like especially family members, like something energetically will reach them, like an understanding, and not even having read the post. Like if you bring up the post, oh, did you by the chance have a chance to read my post? You know, some other family members have. It's like, oh no, what did it say? And then not actually having read the post, you're like, this person, you act like you read the post, but it's just an energy thing, picking up on you, re- even though I haven't read the post. I'm looking to see if anything is mentioned about it. It's like people speak, they personalize information and say it in their own words. Then talk with them about it with but without pointing him to the post is how that will happen. Oh, I've heard you've been doing really well, things like that. Without then, but wouldn't maybe we'll say, oh, I heard that you are like you've been posting online. It's getting really like very successful at it. How are you liking, writing or in posting? And wow, I don't think I could ever do that. That sounds like it takes a lot of your time. Like that part of the conversation may or never be had, but we'll know that, oh, I've heard you've been doing really well. You still traveling. Like, what was a recent place you visited? That he will know. Things like that. And mm, okay, okay, mhm, mm, okay, hmm, okay, all right, okay, okay, okay. All of them are similar. Um, the one with the time iconic. That one stands. It stands with them, but yet stands alone. The rest stand. They all are standalone individual, but they they're very much connected, and they definitely like these 10. I love them for this matter. Like you could write in 10 different ways something about like they say, like something that's going on, like a story that's meant to be followed, but it's told in 10 different ways, maybe two or three, four different perspectives, or 10 different perspectives, including the one that's Arab, by the way, is still niched in with this group. It seemed to be highly immersed in exceptionalism for very busy people, a busy mind, the intellectual mind that's very good in if it's anything that's very much expert like, but in a secular way, like if it's whether if it's science, math, legal, like law, like true legal, like your type of legal, like being a barrister, people like that, a doctor, but also who runs a business, a personal practice, like time iconic. That one right there, that kind of states what all the rest of the other nine are like aiming, like some like the word iconic specifically, like encapsulating like your moment of success forever. Uh, legacy, one word, legacy. Like I love that. They all are together, but that time iconic really like that. I could go off of that and it would open your mind beyond the fact that clearly they're talking to a very specific group demographic, which that's what I like. That means you got to be a smarty to for them to really be want to take you on and be successful with you. Clearly, like there's maybe some creative people, yes, but they would probably go with someone who's like somebody who manufactured and patent a creative product or an idea or something. No, more like the product. Well, idea turned product or something like that. Like patent though, that they could do something with that type of person. Right. So I love this 10. I like the fact that I feel like each of them, like, okay, like I believe that hopefully I think you're going to have a special, clever way of telling one story, like like 10 different times in 10 different ways. Kind of like when they say, use 1,000 words, explain this, what this looks like. And then, but instead of thinking in terms of have three other people do it too and see what you get, because you come up with, it's like, no, you have to do it, but you have to do it. And but none of what you write about in how many ways and how many words cannot be exactly the same. Something has to be different every time or new insightful information about it. I think you're going to play on that. Or like you write something big, like how you like to use a lot of words. Let's say you write 20,000 words, 30,000, 50,000 words, and maybe only out of the 10, they all have a portion. It gives you a beginning and a clever little end that opens up to another that says, I would like to go a little bit deeper. Oh, here's another article. Oh, there's a little bit more about it. Well, it says something similar, points to the article, but doesn't say the same thing. So there's a lot of these different things going on at once. And then it was like, okay, you got to put it all together. There's a story here. And they don't have to all be released at the same time. They would just be released, from time to time. Kind of like if you're on the road and you're like, what do you call it? I'm on the road and I'm having to do a PR tour trying to save my name. And so they're telling their story in several different ways. And every time they tell it, you learn something new comes out. So you have to follow that story to find out, okay, what they're going to say that's going to be a giveaway, something they didn't say the last time that we wouldn't have missed because they wouldn't have said it. But they're letting down the defenses. Now they're going to say the nit and grit. Whether they're going to get themselves in trouble or bail themselves out of trouble. However it goes, it's still a really great story to follow. I get the sense you're going to get in that mindset. You're going to be able to do that in a very clever way. But I like all 10. I like all 10. I'm really gravitated towards Time Iconic, though. Time Iconic really stands out. The one that's the Arabic, okay, now in our dream world mind, it's like this magazine. If it was a world, another dimension, the content, like they would be a part of your continent, like a continent of writers. Like there are these 10 other 9 magazines, and if it were a continent, that 10th one to make up the 10th part of the continent, it would be the one that's Arabic. So even though it's Arabic, it's still the same thing. Does that make sense? I hope I'm making sense. I'm being a little out there, a little bit metaphoric, but they're just saying that all 10 of them are perfectly aligned by the very nature of your niche, the way you do business. It's perfect. It's a perfect fit, in other words. So I would treat them the same way I would treat the rest of them, wherever they're from as well, because all of them seem to match. That's the thing. that I'm not seeing a huge difference as in like writing styles. I feel that we would, but considering, you're like, well, how could you use this, like, where you get the greater, the seesaw, like a balance beams, it's more heavy on your side. How do you pull that off? I get the sense that we, instead of giving everybody, like all 10, the same paper, we must craft that paper where so their reach is different from each other, all the rest of the nine. Their reach, I mean, the reach of their demographic, so that you can tap into all demographic in a very unique, special way. In other words, make it special for all 10. Your your piece, the writing piece you do. Well, their demographic, that my the thing is that we think that their demographics will overlap, and so we give them one paper, and then we say, okay, that this one way of writing gets to everybody then. But in actuality, they all have their own folks. They all have their own folks. Maybe, human beings, they maybe they're familiar with one or two or three of them or all of them. But what I'm saying is, why go to one and read the same thing that's in the other one? And also, there's new people in their specific, unique demographic. So you can make it special, in other words, for all 10, or for each demographic, they all get a slice of the story, but specially crafted for them. In other words, I specially crafted this one story for all 10 of you in a very unique and special way you're going to get. And so they get it, they read it, and then they can come across and follow up, and then go read the other 10. Kind of like a hunt. It'd be like a hunt, in that way. So you're saying that it reaches millions of people, thousands of tens and thousands to or hundreds of thousands and millions of people, right? Upwards. But everyone has a portion of the story, or has the story, the real, very real story, but unique, and for that experience, a unique reading experience is what we're saying. If it is a lot of work, but a lot of work that get you the money that to pay for them. So it's like a huge investment. Anything you invest in, it's just work. But you're like, oh, it's an investment. Yeah, it is an investment. So we should make that money work for you, or that investment work for you. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It sounds like it's meant to be fun rather than, oh gosh, more work. It's like, because yeah, it's only a matter, if what we think about it, it would be only like kind of tweaking the writing, rather than having to write 10, are you saying 10 pages, and then all the words you're using to write all 10. It could be just the way that it's written. The way that it's written, some things are included, some things are not, it's that type of thing. Hmm. Or some things they may, it has its beginning, it has its end, but there's more, there's other things as you go into rabbit hole. You're basically allowing people to experience, okay, in order for me to find out what's going on with Rebecca, I had to kind of go down a rabbit hole, but it was no time wasted. It was a very good journey. I love the journey, the way down, all the way down, the whole way. I was entertained. So it could turn into something, something like that, a very clever way of creating this sort of story through these 10 directions, for article writing, like your blogs and things. There's some other filler in parts, because there's, if you've been like, someone says, well, if you've been keeping up with this as I have, oh, by the way, there's another article. Well, in this one article it says this, in this other article it says this and that. Oh, okay. So we'll keep following, see what else, any other card articles released. Please get that to us. It's kind of like it's kind of following the story. which is going to help you with the brand part. Which right, that's what they're going to do too. They'll do it too. But these 10, because they're so, yes, though unique in a lot of ways, they also are very similar. So we're combating the fact that they are similar, very similar. In fact, they're exact, just with a different name, and even their goal is common to each other, all 10. So like, this is your way of saying, but how could I bend that and make it useful to Rebecca? And this would be a great way, like, to get something different from all of them. Kind of you're creating that difference. Okay, so now I know what makes each of them special, which is your writing. You're the writing, the way that you are making your writing special for them to publish. That's how we're making them special to you. Each of them different and unique and special for you. You as the writing experience. The reader experience will be definitely amazed. They're going to enjoy it, because we have to also recount, you have though, okay, the world may not have access to everything, right? But you do. That means you get to tell your story in any chronological order you want to, as an opposed to marketing the magazine itself. Because you could write one article, right? You could say, today I think I published the one that's the Arab. Well, today I published the other one. Out of the 10, like but your only difference is the who published the article. That's the only difference. But if they're already, like, in charge of that, what we step in, you do that creative side to where, if you publish either of the 10, you know that your readers, personally, your personal base readers, will have something different no matter who you post at any time you post. And it's not just, the only thing that's different is the name, like who, like the publisher. I mean, it's more than just a difference in the publisher's name. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Mm. Mm. Right. The corridors, that definitely means stepping into a new space, and the beauty of it is that, described as white, definitely means a travel, like an in between. In betweens, as you say, white or like lit spaces, corridors, where it's a little lighter or brighter, and it feels like an in between, like a place to transition. Like, this is definitely good, like a good direction to take. In other words, um, clearly it's that invitation, and then then you're getting this invite to the party, is stating like this is like the journey to continue. Like, this is part of the journey, like to attend the event, to attend the party. with him, get connected with him. There's an actual connection. The corridors making an actual real connection to to like he into your journey, your personal journey on towards your application. Feels right. It feels right. And I also was over here multitasking, and you know uh, there's a lot of leadership elements here, a lot of new money, things like that connected here to this, but also in the legal world, so it's very specific. It also offers stability, highly stable, absolutely. There's a lot of promotion here going on. Most importantly, my favorite, as we enter towards September, is charity elements, like in terms of like people, like the balance being that's Libra, so like uh, groups of people, interactions, social encounters, specifically he and you, and having a social encounter in that social, very specific social space, concentrating on, like contacts and so forth, highly favorable. Again, so but now we said September, but also October is all about public image as well, and you're reaching out and saying, please come. Perfect. This he makes sense in the mathematics. He makes absolute sense. Mm, he's very important. And I believe that he, has his, what do you say? He's very much connected on, with you, would want to see you there. And I do sense that you can make some things happen for you in your attendance, because of your attendance as well. But in your attendance, I have a sense that good things are going to take place. But this is also the place to be. It's associated with leadership, new money, your industry, legal things, and it's going to be done right. It's promoting, of course, but you'd be self promoting as well. But also that's associated with Leo promotions and things like that, PR. But also it's stable, stability. And the next I know, that Libra vibe later on is all about promoting as well. The aesthetics of, they say, of like the environment, yeah, that people look at and admire. The beauty and creativity of, like, when you put together the party, you want people to like the scene. And so it just like back to back for a very long time. It's like this kinds of types of encounters are favorable for you to participate in. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay, let's see what, oh boy. This energy right here. Hmm. I'm seeing energy here. Some of it represents you. Like there's other people at play here. Gosh, something you didn't connect with. Um, something you didn't connect with. But there's also some it's like something happened with that situation that happened out of nowhere. It was almost like if the person had known, and it's emotionally it kind of like offset things. Is what I'm also picking up on, like maybe not fully being able to embrace the picture. I'm seeing these types of imagery. My guy says that, oh yeah, it's just so much going on here. Like there's a lot of conflict elements here. Other people, like other professionals also are involved. This would have been very on his side, as everything's happening in real time. Sounds looks very tricky in a lot of ways, like sophisticated, very complex. I'll say complex more than anything. like maybe he didn't have the full story, the full scope of things as it's all happening at once. This seems to be revolving around. I don't know if this is a client, but they always come in the form of somebody, I guess the one who's receiving whatever is happening by his actions. I see you on the other side. It's like you're becoming more certain that there's something that could have been avoided, something that could have been done in a different way that would have been more productive, is what I'm picking up on. And yeah, but it's the strangest thing because it's like you took this to heart in my reading. Like it was so far off that whatever this action was, that you took notice, but it's like energetically, it was like I wish I were there, or I wish I was a part of it, or I wish I could have told him, no, don't do that. Something to that vibration, it feels like. And yeah, they're letting us know that it feels like there's something that you're going to do differently, Rebecca, when maybe in the future in this matter. It's like you're something is different, but it's like also something that you maybe have learned from this because like you could use it for like learning purposes. So you might discuss it. You might say, "Look, this what happened. It's been on my mind, and I need to share this with somebody. Like what I've learned by just looking at this." It feels like you're like the professor, like the legal professor, who's the lawyer, but who's also, teaching a class of the college students in law school. It feels like that kind of a situation. Make them in the form of an article, but it's still the vibration of saying, okay, I'm going to introduce this situation that happened, and then you're like, so anybody see what went wrong? That kind of a conversation. And then you're like teaching them, this is what went wrong. This is what they could have done. This is in my experience, I would have done it this way. It feels very much like you have some critiques of your own. In other words, you have some critiques. Right, right, right. It, oh, go ahead. Will they, will they, will they appeal? It would be wise if they did, but this okay, so when I look at them, they twice they wrote out that um the people involved, like the counselor themselves, it's like things are happening, like are falling about them all around them, like everything is happening all at once and very quickly. And so it's like they don't have a steady hand on things. Like if they were invited, it's like if someone suggested that they should appeal, it's like you would suggest it and it would be like, okay, oh, okay, we'll consider that. It's like that. Maybe I don't know if that comes up as a first thing that they'll do, because it'd be a travesty. You say, like with all that already, like a simple pathway through in their decision, and they don't take it, and then you're saying, oh my, um, so you're not going to appeal? Why not? You're thinking, well, because it seems simple to you, you've got it worked on your mind, but it's something that they may not be thinking about readily. It feels very much that that's where it might be. Like they would maybe embrace the other options that they may have, even though we might think that, well, who wouldn't want to say, no, no, I'm going to appeal this, and then they not do it. It's like, I wonder why did they not, like, why did they wait too long? Why didn't they act on it fast enough? Something to that effect. So it's like we will appeal. We will do it. We're gonna look into that. Oh, that's a great idea. We should do that. So it's seemed like there's a lot on the minds of the people involved. Mm, Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Okay. Right. I get the sense that you're supposed to prepare the post, things that are meant to be taking off, and then why is it taking such a a minute? Was it taking some time? They tell me that you like the feeling of being at home when finding out on this pathway. It feels very much that, to my understanding, the energy goes all the way till up to Thursday. So it's like we've been trying to keep up with what happens um, this entire past week, these past 5 days, starting from the 10th. But that still didn't explain why didn't I find out first week. Normally that's how it goes, but it feels very much like it's more like the 10th, and then it was like they said like 9 days. They said for me, or like 10 days. Don't count the Saturday, Sunday. Don't count the weekend. But these are business days, and so I've been observing. I'm observing these 2 weeks that people are working at home, things like that. So work still goes on, but I mean, like the world, it's like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Just like by Thursday, we have our answer regarding um, about the decision about, okay, so we going forward? Are we going forward? I'm still seeing self-made directions, solid to self and solitude is all according to the A group. Am I in? Am I in? Crossroads. I still say making peace with it, making plans. They say definitely the article, like at least to prepare the article. I do get the sense of yes. Is they just moving a little slow? That's all. Leadership moving a little slow, as opposed to the past. Why they hadn't got to you sooner? Persistence, but oh yeah, they're definitely getting this done. I'm seeing networking, bringing new people in. So it's very favorable still. Things still going forward favorably regarding this panel, the A panel. And by the way, when I read, I know that you all use the terms um, uh, like um, there's a difference between your A studies. I forgot the actual name you all use for your right, but then there's a panel. Well, there's a conversations for your pass your like exams, and then your A panel for your, which I was referring to your A panel, but when it comes to both your dreams, I meant that's what I'm illustrating. Your A panel right now, you're ready. Am I going to be part of this A panel? I believe you've been having both of your dreams about your A panel, that you're still in the journey to get through your A panel. Did that make sense? Okay. All right. Okay. A panel. And the dream were about the 200 grand, the A panel. The dream before that, where because both of these have been in motion, about that you're still in motion concerning your A panel. Always about your A panel, leading up to the silk application. Like this is the pathway. It's always been about the A panel. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mhm. 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 Right. Right. You know, you could, the silk sounds coveted. Um, sounds coveted. So like maybe opening up because everyone may immediately know what silk is. And then being that as you might describe as minority as the A panel, right? When it comes to silk and A panel, but the importance of the A panel, and then the rest be, well, let me tell you about the A panel. You know, prestigious and varied. And only few people get in, or how difficult it is to get in, and then maybe broadening it in that sense, and then saying then maybe being nice about it regardless of the direction, whether you're intending to go, whether you choose A panel or silk, there's always a direction to get one to continue their journey or continue their progress or in their career, as a barrister, and so forth and so forth and so forth. I mean, you could go into that, but it feels like the focus should be about the A panel, but like definitely because silk seems to be the promised land. Like ultimately we want to be silk, but it's like, okay, so everyone's gonna know what that is. But it sounds like even people like who know of the A panel, it's like somehow they think it's like, is it an alternative? But it's like, wait a minute. First of all, silk is pristine, so it's pristine. It's a big deal if you get into silk. Oh, yeah, well, it's a big deal if you get into silk, but it's a big deal if you get into A panel, and like to illustrate that actually and you use colorful words, and putting it out there, describe what in the world a panel is and what does it matter, would be very favorable. Right, using what they know, like get to the minds where everybody knows what silk is, to lead into, well, you think silk is amazing, and which it is. There's no without question. But have you heard of anything like as something as pristine as it would be a panel, and then the rest going on and on about a panel, and maybe even do like a comparison writing where you're like, well, by the way, like in silk is does this, but the A panel does that. Like you can like as your contrast, you could contrast a little bit. Allows you to do a little bit of contrasting, but the main focus out of the two in contrast would be I want to tell you, I just want to tell you a little bit about the A panel. It seems like people are as interested as they are in um, becoming silk. Sometimes people will try to see what A panel is about and discover, wow, this is something that you have to really be ready for because it's demanding. You know, it demands a lot, and that's good to know. Like there is such thing, and also like maybe like people don't haven't gone into depth about exactly what like how to be successful in your pursuit towards the A panel. Like what steps? Like it sounds very like you have to go through a lot, present a lot. You have to really be ready. I'm not saying you have to go into every single step of like to get the process going. I mean, they'll discover that, but I mean like just pointing out like just how much work or like what type of work, the fact that it exists even, if like you people who don't haven't maybe they're just not in the place where they're deciding yet to come across this and then realize, oh gosh, maybe it is easier. Maybe I should just never, like the gentleman said, never mind. I'll just try for silk. No need to, to go to bat for me on this one. They're like, oh, forget about it. When in actuality, maybe a panel is a good thing. In your reading, it definitely shows that. It reflects that actually a panel is going to be very much like very nice in your journey, a part of your journey. It's very favorable in your reading, is what I'm saying. I know every reading is unique and different, but this one, or you're just simply unique. But in your reading, it's very useful towards becoming silk. It is like part of the path. It's like there's like this vibration that says a panel happens, and then it's like you have mastered it all. From it's like you mastered all that's needed to go and enter into silk soon thereafter, is a way that I see it. But even although yes, like every some you said, but there's some people who have skipped it, but then there's some people they skipped it and made silk, yes, but they still said that A panel is not the easy one. That's not easy. It is definitely pristine, and you can reflect that. You say, oh, I have proof. I have proof that A panel is not some alternative side thing you do just because while you figure it out. But, it is a big deal. Yeah, if when one makes it. Mhm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, the guides definitely, like every word you use is right here, like these charitable partnerships, but like, but what makes them, you said not acceptable is like the wrong or the right way of how it's done, like, so it's like, yes, this definitely are old. That's what they're saying was older. Like your path that you're thinking about this is the right path, including finding older cases that support your issue with this, your argument with this today. That's what we meant. It is a bit of a juggle, but it's more like kind of like we gotta decipher. You said like what options would such a person have, because these are things that are not maybe not visible to the regular eye. You have to kind of know what you're looking for. It's that kind of thing. Somebody who sets out to do, they want to really do something good, and they finally found a way unlock where they can best utilize their money to help in a good way, in a charitable way, because they're in a good place. But then it's like you said, but the law said, the legal stuff said, then they realize I didn't see that. May you point that out to me in the small print? And then it's like, okay, so that's why, like, it's very useful for you to go to the older things, older cases. I mean, older cases. That feels like that is very right what you're describing. By the way, I did another. I'm over here shuffling. I'm multitasking. If I may, because you mentioned charity, I want to pick up that from that word because you already heard me use it once, but here's a second different method. They said it's something better. Say yes to the things you cannot do. So it feels like you're going to point out that there was a better way that he could have went about it, and yes, he can do something charitable, and but this is the way it should have been done versus the way he did it, more or less. Hmm. Like if you want to be helpful, if you really want to, use your money and in a way that is helpful, this is the way you should have went with this along this route. This route. Take this route though. Do it. Do help people. Don't say, oh, law won't let me. No, or I gotta be sneaky about it. I gotta do under the tape. No, here's the way you do it, so you don't get in trouble. Do it this way. Like that's the direction that they're talking about. Um. Right. Okay. Yes. Right. Right. But in terms of like teaching how he did it wrong, that you're saying, "Ooh, he got caught." All right. Then it says there is a better way, and yes, you can help people. That's what you want to do. Then you're just coming in, Rebecca, regardless of how he's doing it today, and is saying, "Well, he could have did it this way." Like under the circumstances, when I mean, starting from beginning from the circumstances, not necessarily he found a remedy, he discovered a remedy himself, but I mean like from your part where you said, okay, if he just was doing it the old way where he gets caught and they say, you can't do that. And then you're saying, okay, let's look at old cases. And from that argument right there, what, how could the situation be made better that would allow for him to do something wonderful with his money, something that is nice and charitable and all that, and then saying, okay, this is what he could have done. Not necessarily try to find a loophole or bypass, not necessarily even looking for that, but like you discover a way that he could have from when he just finds out that, oh, they said I can't do it exactly this way. So what options do I have? I want the money to reach this group, or I really believe in this group, and they really are doing the things that they're meant to do. So like that would be most useful that you like in your findings when you go to look up these old cases about this. Are they all just coming up wrong? Because like something that seems so systematic, it's like this is clearly avoidable by now. So it's like there must be something that's not addressed. Why it came up? What like why is this still being a thing? Something that you still have to look at. It's like I have a feeling you're gonna find a way to discover like a better way that he could have gone about it. Yes, like you said, setting up his own charity is number one because he would set it up correctly, and then like everything you said, just put it in a charity that's registered, and then. But I mean, in terms of like working with like uh, uh, charities that he knows are that have promise, it's like, right. It's like this is like worth looking at if you were to observe it, to look at the some old cases around this and see what comes up new. Because this is this way of saying, okay, I know how to resolve that. I mean, what he's doing today, I know how to bypass and resolve all problem where there's no problem. Instead of like trying to get connected with other people's if they did their job or not correctly, I just set up one of my own and have a number, have it all, have the registered and everything. And I know that that the money is going where it's supposed to go and is everything is handled correctly and it is it's aligned with law. But I'm saying that what if again today he doesn't know and he hasn't decided. I think I want to run my own charity. I just want for now today I'm working with some and I want to see how I can work with them or continue to work with them and like to go in there and you look at past ones that address that and see how did they handle it in the past before people were saying I just set up my own. Like that is a great like where you're going with this where your mind originally was, I believe is wonderful. I feel that as though you're gonna get something interesting out of that conversation. Is what I'm saying. And this is coming from two different readings, by the way, and both of them are saying the same word, charity, which is your question. That's why I said I think it's worth looking into if you even if you choose to, only if you choose to. Hmm. 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 Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Well, let's see. The guides here illustrate that there are always options. For some reason, it's coming across. It can mean two different things. It can mean literal celebrating, or it can mean the month, or like in terms of time. They're saying that if you get involved, some people may use that. Oh, you have to have thick skin, maybe one. So you have to be really, I feel like you're absolutely fortified before taking this on. Also, you might have to be a good sport about it as well. In a way, they use that kind of phrase. You got to be a good sport about it, meaning I think it means, in other words, thick skin, a bit. Know that this is clearly this is an issue, a topic. It exists. It's happened. He comes with messiness, and but now that you know that those are the what you're going to see at face value, and that in fact nobody wants to touch it. Now you can speak to your heart, to the heart of the subject, regardless of directions or how you choose to present. You'll be more grounded, stable, and then it's a matter of the promoting side. Of course, you're going to have to map and plan out. um, and you're having your kind of like rubbing elbows with these publishing companies, so you kind of get a general idea about the way press happens, and of course being in the in the public eye, and the branding, like people see you, like that's why in the you're connected with your publishers, right? Those magazines, and here you are having people saying, press wise, this is not going to look good for us to try and be involved in this. He's too far gone. Let him sink, or let him stay over there in whatever he's got going on. He's always got turmoil and a tornado of those, swarm of press all around him that he cannot market himself out of it, through write articles and articles of trying to calm the waters, and the warmers always become more like more stormy waters. And like, let's stay out of this, Rebecca. So you know what I'm saying? I'm saying that even they're saying, "Oh boy, he's not good in the press part, pre PR. He's not very good. He needs a press team, and we don't want to become it." Coming to his defense, and we're so busy. Who's going to defend? Who's going to PR for us? So that's what you would. So in other words, you need to be grounded. You need to be absolutely stable enough, fortified enough. Though it's a serious topic, you're going to have that the spirit of the writer's jest. You're gonna have to sometimes, you know, like it's kind of like smile when you have time to smile. When they say smoke them if you got them, then you don't know when you're gonna get another chance to smile. In other words, so you have to like go easy on yourself, go easy on yourself. But as serious as it is, so this just so that you could get to the your heart of the subject points. Like this is which lawyers are really good at that. Like kind of compartmentalizing a little bit, just to say, well, have you mapped out this properly? Was this well thought out, to get to like the heart, like you said, the facts that you rely on more than anything, than even emotion, except for like what you want to create. But I mean the emotions, as in getting answers you seek. So that's the one part where you would be very successful, or would make this a successful journey. So that's one way of looking at it. In terms of the ethics side, obviously it's going to take a lot of patience on your part, but health wise, energetically, they said that you will need extra support behind you. Like something you take on this alone can be difficult unless you go in there again, as I illustrated. You have to go in there just already ready, and from your and bringing something fresh, like just going over there and standing next to him won't work, or just going in the mess won't work. You have to come and bringing your own words, your own argument, your own questions, Everything has to come from you, like originally from you, that says, I am in this, but I'm independently, and I want to address not so much that over here, but this right here specifically. Those are key issues that are hot right now. I want to stay right there where that's where I'm bringing everybody to focus. That will work for you if you go with a fresh approach. If you go a fresh approach, because he's already got the mess. He's already in the ocean. So you don't have to come in into that or to create that. That won't work. Because that's all his, and you know how people are like they feed kind of like feed the beast. The beast is hungry, so they want more of that of the mess he brings. A lot of people, who are on the sideline reading it because at his expense, right? They're laughing at his okay, so we can't really come in and maybe deflect or change some of that without really getting muddy, getting involved, deeply involved. It's easier for you. Like if you were him, if he came to you, you would tell him to be absolutely quiet and stay out of the press. Let you do it and mop up over there. But you going in just independently yourself, which I have a feeling that's how it's going to play out. And and you might have to like find that you actually when people realize, okay, you have a voice, it's not chaos, then they might give you some shine, like give you some quiet support. um so that's the way that it would happen. So that's one way of looking at it. They said that it is possible for you to elevate this energy. I also maintaining your good healthy energy. You should be able to manage that well because it is you only are relying on your approach, and which is a fresh energy, like fresh breath of air. You're like that fresh breath of air. So as long as you have that, then you will be protected, and health wise you'll be okay, and it will be more like favorably in the light, regardless of how you choose to proceed, of course. The other section is nurturing. Okay, so they said to be cautious because in again, it's the promotion side, the press release, article, public stuff. That's what they're warning against. And every time they're talking about, oh, be careful, they're talking about the public stuff. You in becoming now associated in that space, um, and where you're lending your energy. The work of it all, like your actual work, said that the sharing part will be like a gift. But if it's strategically, clearly they're saying, if you're strategic about this, it will be a gift, not a curse. And yes, it's because it is toxic, no matter how, there's not a nice way of saying it. It is toxic, but we know that what the risks are. They have your favorite title here, the counselor. It's just that we have to be careful of the mistakes because things get ahead of us, or words escape us and get away from us too quickly. It's just a matter of just making sure that we're absolutely, regardless of what direction we are, that we're able to stand in those words and stand in stability. As long as you're stable, so it's promising in a lot of ways. It's discouraging in other ways. Discouraging as in they're gonna make me do this by myself, aren't they? Until I prove that it's basically okay to come out. And then and I'm gonna feel like, so anything that happens, it'd be me. It'd be on me, isn't it? It's like, yeah. And unfortunately that's the way it is from the start. But doesn't mean that it ends that way. It just means after they understand what you're doing and what your goals are with this, then they will show up for you. This could be something very purposeful, but no matter which direction or what you are definitely going to be in the eye, in the public eye. That's unavoidable, and that's why everybody's like, I don't want to involve, because now this is a proof. Not everyone wants to be in the public eye. Like, it was the moment that the news people or articles and people start coming around, they're like, I'm going to take the, I'm going into the back. Not everybody is longing to be, they do just fine and they're just as popular being behind all of the camera stuff, but amongst their group. So yeah, you have the group right now that's saying, I do not want to be in the anything, not on the news, not in articles, nothing, no blogs, nothing. So you're in that group right at the moment. Doesn't mean that, change of hearts and new people won't come along and say, I'll side with you. So it just really depends. And oh, and not to get so lost in this, because you can get pulled in and then this becomes all there is. So it's not that this is not meant to rule you. There's kind of like a way out when you're ready, kind of bit. Like you go in there, do what you need to do, say what you need to say, and all that. But then when there's a door open, you're able to safely exit from all of this and say, okay, it's back to your business, like the blogs that you also, other things you want to write about and address in the world. Yes. Yeah. So you just have to just come in there with your fresh thoughts, mainly. That's the base. Basically, you have to just come in there. So I have to go in there uh, and become very informed in what's going on and what happened, then I come in there with my fresh thoughts and intuition and insights, 1,000%, and facts as well, 1,000%. That will be your win. That will be your win after that, and you'll be in control and you'll be protected. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The disparaging part specifically, because that's what you're very much connected with, the which one am I going to be attacked most on? You'll be connected more to the disparaging words coming from those sources. Mhm. Even if they're not true, even if they're engineered, bad things said about him, even if they're lies, you're still connected. Well, I mean, that's by way of your involvement. You simply just talking about the money, the political, all of that. Even if you're just speaking to that, that's not enough to get the heat on you. The heat comes in if you kind of like, okay, your battle is about information. And somebody said, I know it wasn't you, but somebody said, why does it have to be a debate? Something like that. And I chuckled. But it's of course, your gift is information. And so, yes, you would be up against information, but that's your gift. That's why you probably are going to have a feeling you're going to get pulled into this, because your gifting and a soul level is about information. And if they're like lying on, especially if you start feeling passionate about it, Rebecca, I don't believe you'll be able to restrain yourself. I believe that you're going to say, okay, it's on, and your information versus my information, and we're just going to see who wins, who's right, and who's more genuine, and who's true. So that's going to come out naturally, through the, you have a, that human heart will beat, to the sound of that drum, and you will march right in there. I know you will, and I think that that's going to be the toughest part, is maintaining. That's why they said when you go into this, try to be like see it as what it is, a competition. It's fun, it's exciting. It's in that strange world. Like something that, wow, I'm standing up for something. It took all this time, Now I get to be in my own way rebellious, and so, but at the same time, it's like see it as a competition because that's exactly what it is. It's exciting, it's fun, you're good at it, but it's a competition. Do you want to win the competition? Everybody wants to win the competition. So you have to see it like that. Like they want to win the competition too, don't they? It's like yes, they do, very much so. And then of course it's money. They control that conversation, right? They can monetize now the things they're saying, wrong or right. They got have more right than wrong, but all of it monetized. Doesn't care, right? That Leto, the blind god of wealth, doesn't care what the guy looks like. He can't even see the guy. He tests you. If you pass the test, he'll reward you with riches beyond your dreams. So, in the underworld. So, which we're saying that which is associated with Scorpio, it's all money, hidden treasures. By the way, when I said it was toxic earlier, that's the vibration we're talking about. Talking about when Scorpio is the negative traits to Scorpio in public is definitely, as you described, toxic. So this is a very extremely toxic space. They already given us our limit, which is very high. So like expect the nasty, disparaging words that yeah, you have to kind of expect that, or they're they to try and twist and champion their, or like what you call raise their blog over your blog. So that's why you have to kind of go in there like very steady handed and know exactly. Remember, a long while ago, well, 2 readings ago, something like that, we talked about the way that people write is very mystical, and things happen when people like all of a sudden, a person did not win their argument. They disappear. What happened to that person? So very mystical. They ancestors who created the styles of writing and they did that. I bet they did that in the mystery way. So definitely, but we're not afraid, right? So it's not meant to be afraid, but it lets you know that though your abilities, because you've been writing like this all this time, right? Even whether you know it or not, you write like this every day. You do, and you always, have to have these little battles from time to time, and they become spiritual even, Rebecca. Even though you're in the secular world, then right now this is something that's secular. It becomes political. Then people's belief systems, and people are like, "Your pen versus my pen. Come on," and then it becomes well, regardless of, whoever wins, that's the one who's going to get that monetizing part. So that's what they're after. That's why they will challenge you. They will. Because it's not just to look good, but it's because they will be able to carry this story on and on. And every time they tell it, they can just turn on their monetization meter and turn on their live and or send across that blog and reach, it will reap millions of views or thousands and tens of thousands of views. Doesn't matter. So I'm just saying that we have to go in there with our best mind, know that okay, I really am going to do this, and I know I'm competing, and I have to know that yes, you address things, and that there's a potential that vibration, so we're not side blinded trying to overwrite what you write, or write a bigger blog than you, or one that's more believable or better. So that's what you're up against, and then it will work out of the two. Because I already saw that you should definitely do a blog about the first one you mentioned, about the political thing, and of course, doing researching past cases. You should definitely do that blog. But then a second one, so he says like almost sound like it's like one or the other. It's like I think you have to when it comes to the attack, it's the second one about the disparaging words, specifically that one. This is one we were reading when the human rights argument that people are public eye, and the public already have drawn their like they're already it says we're not unbiased, but you could tell the direction in which people are writing what they favor, like when they say far left or far right publications, you could tell what side they're going to write predominantly or who they would side more. You even though that they no bias, but still you in this case you know that there's is a bias. That's what I'm trying to point out. That or a favor, like they have a favor, and of course that favor does have the dollar signs on it. It's a money bag right there, So that's another. I mean, that's because this is also people's livelihood. So you really have to think of this as a competition of sorts or arena. You're entering an arena, so to speak. You can pull it off. We just want to go in there fully aware of what we're getting ourselves into. Hmm. Right. If you were to drop it, because sometimes people have good intentions, but you couldn't. But in the beginning of their stages, you couldn't tell them anything, and they always chose the wrong answer. They always chose the wrong way of doing things, even with the intention. Like there's a lot of people, right, who who want to do things in that human rights things, like they have things to say, but in their own lives, they're really not that spectacular in terms of like being outstanding persons. They really are. They really are. They're like they have a voice and they're using it. They're saying I want the whole human rights thing, but at the same time, I'm not saying like they're rude to their grandmother's side. I mean, they really are not very good, like very outstanding, very impressive individuals to align with. And in that sense, because and then like they had plenty of people who say, "Hey, why don't you come to our class?" Or, "Hey, like why don't you like read a little bit more on this subject?" And they choose not to. They still choose, and because they like, "No, I've already got. Look, why are you trying to tell me anything? I've got all these readers in front of me right now, reading everything I write." So it's just like, okay, you don't want to. We get it now. You want to do that and just disseminate all this information, whether you don't care if it's right or wrong. You just want to be able to tell all the people you have, and that's fine. I don't have to subscribe to that now, so I can now leave you be. I'll go find someone who's trying to grow and learn and help everybody. Everybody, regardless of everybody gets the information. The good one, good information. So you have to determine, is this guy worth it? Is he, first of all, how do you view him? Is he worth taking on this kind of a fight for? Because not everybody, the fight's worth it, but maybe the fight has to come through another messenger. Maybe there's a better person who starts getting into these types of fights, human rights still conversation, but who's more reputable, more valid, more favorable, and easier in the public eye, easier on the public eye, a little more, someone like that, a little better informed, and then go with him. But now, like you said, but we don't have to try to bring him down or anything because it sounds like he genuinely, like now he has his own nonprofit. He has certain standards to keep to continue being not a nonprofit, like the one that he can do charity stuff with. So there is some commendable sides to him, and because some don't even go that far. They do. It's still these. They're kind of mean with it as well, mean spirited, but they're on the behalf of human rights. But had they opened up and starting one? No, they don't. They're like, put your money over here. Basically, it's like for profit, account, not a nonprofit for charity for a very specific purpose type account. You see what I'm saying? So there's some people who are worth the fight for or to get involved with for. Then there's some people who are not. They're just not worth it. Like there's people like there's sometimes like yeah, some people two against two phenomenal, but wait, the one that's going in there has been had a little too much to drink. Also, has really been a little obnoxious. Do I really want to go team up with them? I'm more like want to maybe tell them, hey, look, don't do it. Like, look, it's time to go. You know, you know, more so than hey, let's go face the world together. Oh, it's fair now, two against two. No way, no way. That's not that he didn't pass the qualifications. So we're gonna decline on that, and then next week, you might be somebody who's just as ready for you, and maybe it's an argument, not necessarily a direct, like a conflict of physical strengths, but maybe just with words and battles of the mind. That's more worth the fight than that one than the before. So definitely, let's vet them out. And if you believe you're comfortable, I think your team have already decided that he's not. They don't see him as, I hate to say it. I don't mean to be. I'm. I say this warmly. They don't believe that he is meets the qualifications or the standard of someone who they would come to stand with or fight for. They don't see him that way. Like he's made some mistakes on his way up. He's here now. He's doing everything right, but his back record doesn't look too good. It's not impressing them. So they're saying, I don't. We don't want to do it. Even your reading said you'd have to not side with him. You had to bring your own stuff, your own equipment, your own tools, your own books. You would have to. Spirit is saying you would have to do this individually, apart from him. Actually. hmm Right. It's a tough one. It's a tough decision, right? I believe that you could succeed, though. I reread to see if you would succeed or make any great strides. You would. You would. But if it's strictly just to kind of save him, that probably is not going to work. It's like he's too far gone. They're on his heels. That would be difficult. But if it's like just for the sake of these two arguments, you would do really well in. But if like taking him on and trying to get him out, if you were to take this on, you had to come as yourself independently, and hopefully he would stop maybe engaging as much, or speak as needed, or told, look, only speak about this, these other stuff, stay out of it. Like you don't, he doesn't need to bring that to the forefront. Don't give any ammo. Like that would be his advice. You'd be telling him to be quiet, which were stated earlier. If you were gonna like take him on as a charge, you'd be telling him to like let you handle it from here. Let you do the talking. Then it would work because you would be in control. But if it's his mess versus you alone, and you're, especially if you're in it and not your own light, that's too much on you. That's a lot of stress. Too much stress. hmm Okay. Right. 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 hmm Right. That's like the lowercase a and b. It sounds like actually it sounds like the lowercase one a. So okay, so out of the two, specifically political, and then expanding on that within would be in, one a, right wing magazine, right? Doing a mental, like a little draft. It would be like, okay, so then this outlook, all we got to do is say, like you said, when you do your looking into old cases regarding like how money can be used and like where it could be placed and sent, etc. That would be quite useful to, like you said, bring up these old cases and also get special insights of maybe how they could have, made it through. Made it through where, okay, this is acceptable. How to, and maneuver in a way that it will still more or less count as being charitable. So, or giving something to something good. So, trying to do a good thing. So that would work right there. But it shouldn't be mixed up with the second one, the two, which is What about the disparaging things, the mean things they're saying, to him about the press? Your situation, okay, so you're worried more about your facts, and that's commendable. I got that part, but I mean, like the second one is the disparaging side, and I believe that's different. But that, of course, but that's going to be the stuff they're going to talk about, and that's why they're saying, well, only thing that seems to give you ground is what you have discovered, your discovery when you've looked at these old things, old cases, I guess, old cases, and then made the right assessments and things like that. That gets you protected. That more or less has you protected. Where right that also is where I saw you where you're stable and not like you said, I'm a bit anxious right now. I'm a little bit nervous right now. This information about what your in your research for these old cases and what you're able to like configure what could have been done or what wasn't tried, what they didn't try to do, or why wouldn't they have tried. Like that gives you your stability, and then you don't feel like that nervous vibe, the panicking side, because you're grounded. But yes, if we were to go in there without this information and then jump in his stuff, we will, as you say, would be panicking and attacked. We would be attacked. That's from, of course, the two, number two, where the disparaging things, because we'd be in the middle of that attack. And so this is how we preserve our energy, preserve ourselves, preserve our mental peace. And so we do all of that before we even begin, like letting ourselves known is first, let me look at these past cases. Let me do some computation. Okay, this is what we could have done. This is what they didn't do. Oh, I see. Okay. And then put that together. Then you're going to be so much more at peace if you, as you're taking this on, if you choose to. And then when it gets to the part where the disparaging side is, you're going to be ready to deal with them. Like the things that the press releases are releasing that are disparaging, trying to muddy his name as possible in this climate, by the way. So you're gonna find it easier to be, to being empowered yourself in that, and once you have taken care of A, it's like 1A. That's why I was mentioning. I know you speak of two different things, but it's not it's like when it comes to attack, it's definitely two, but both of them are needed. Both one and two are needed. Even the expanded version where it's, yeah, but it's really bad. They're speaking like this, the right wing magazine. But this is like now more than ever. If a fight like this is going to happen, you'd want it to happen within these next well, in this time frame. I'll just keep it 2025. You'd want it to happen now in this time. Even with all the like the seesaw right now of powers. This is the time you want to have to take on this battle. This is a worthy battle, but like you said, you just have to be equipped. You have to come there with your own insights. His insights won't be as helpful as when you go and you say, let me look at these old cases of these same situations that came up and see if I see anything different through my experience and my wise eyes, your wise eyes, as an actual legal counselor. I think you're going to get something totally different or something useful that will help you to apply some of that into as you're joining in into this conversation. Oh, sure. We okay. Hmm. Okay. Sure. Okay. 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 I believe that you need to point out the difference. I believe that you do need to argue, at least have the idea to be able to properly, in your own words, on the spot, look, there's a difference. Now let's go into the um it could sound okay. So specifically, you have to address that second one, the political one, the one that's become political. You have to address that one because that's information. Obviously, it sounds like I'm saying that it sounds like obvious to me myself. I mean, when I say obvious, that they're using that to muddy his name, to make his name worse, and in spite of how wrong it may was. Like in the first one, what is the normal way of channeling funds? So we're saying, yeah, you gotta be aware on both sides. You gotta be able to explain, hey, this is one way, like yeah, you could do that, or this is the way it should have been handled, or yeah, okay, maybe he didn't do it that way, but then where your argument where you're muddying up his name, making like uh, mixing political elements to it with human rights elements with it, is that really why you're bringing that up? And then like going into that, like money and how, like you said, funneling into charities that is actually, instead of charity sound like it should help communities, not harm them. And then misusing what a charity means, what it means, so it's like you are trying like to break through of that, trying to break some kind of stigma off of, just because it's right wing, does it really actually make it something that's working against what they call it, against some kind of human rights thing, so it's some things like that, even though that they're completely separate or out of the ballpark, you'd have to handle those separately. There seems to, how people, like they fake lawyer, like they go and they try to like mix like two different concepts and run them in together, and then they're going to try to make things morality, especially when they go and writing, have control of conversations or information, and then pitch it as, look how bad this person is who's harming people, and gosh Lee, look at him, it's a human rights thing, argument, and it's like it's not even about that. He may not get in trouble for that. His troubles, and there's so much argument there, he's not even addressing or able to have time to address the real stuff. Like, you just worried about where the money went. You just worried about how the money was channeled, right? So then we should just stay there. Which that's what I mean. It sounds like that should be that area specifically, that you can just flat out tell a person in normal terms, like, hey, you're wrong. Actually, you do it from, you move it like this to like that, and that's it, and nothing more. And then as for the human rights thing, you know, this would be this and for that reason. And why would it be for that? And or where are you getting that he's involved in some kind of big gigantic work against, and but using a right wing entity to do it, to fulfill all his deepest and darkest desires against humanity. It's like you could really close down the creative side, that you say, because that would be, obviously there would be very specific, maybe even find get your legal words and tell and say, look, when you say that he's doing this, this is actually the word that is used legally. Is that what is that what being brought up against him? Because it sounds like, because that's the only thing I hear in the media, which that, if that's the case, that's wrong. You're not even covering the what's really going on in the courts. So you're able to kind of defeat and fight back, in other words, push back on their argument and say, how about you just look at what he's actually facing? Let's start there. And then, of course, going back and looking at your old cases, you say, to be honest, this is what I see for him. This is how this could have played out, or this is what, yeah, okay, we can agree. I can agree and see that he should have did it this way. But really, was it his intention to, uh, you know, do a human rights, be a part of a, human. rights violator, or whatever it is? Was it really that what he was trying to do? So then you have to look at, well, what is it for? What First of all, what is, because it would be very explicit. What was it? What Not only what is the meaning of the organization, but then what did the organization do with the money? Because if you see, as if the organization actually, what if the organization actually helped anybody in its circle, though as right wing as it is, but right wing is we know is multi everything. So everybody's in the right wing, right? So it could have been, okay, a lot of people in that demographic received. So how is that actually human rights like, is in terms of discriminatory, unless you're speaking in terms of political discrimination? Not, it wouldn't be religious discrimination, because there's what you talk about. There's right wing in all of that. So or racist. So So now they have to be very in your words. You have to be very specific when you say, okay, what group is the minority in this one? What exactly what group? And so you see, when you start really like nitpicking and like saying, okay, let's match one real word for each of these, I think that you will come up with a much more defining meaning to what they versus like what they're conveying and what you want to say, if you go that route. If you choose to go that route, it's like that's something so specific that you would be talking about, because you can't just, these times, now that we know what a right wing is and what a left wing is, you can't just go on and say this person is against is a human rights violator, and then say, well, why? Because they're right wing leaning mags or whatever charity. You can't just say that, because you'll have, if you say right wing, on a mic on a microphone, every group from every religion from all over the world are going to step out of the crowd in that little space, and everybody's going to look like a rainbow, I promise you. And you're going to, I say, well, which one, which group, which group, which of the minorities in the group that make up the right wing are you pointing at? So that's the thing. So getting them to prove that, but you're saying, why would I waste my time on that? They're not lawyers who are saying this. Is this act? Maybe they're lawyers who are saying, yeah, 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 keep going. Yeah, that's a great fight, right? Pick up the fight, keep you splash them from one side and I get them from the other. That's a great strategy. But I mean, like, they're not saying, like, other people are not correcting, like people who are releasing the press release and who are saying these things, and it's getting its own traction. And then so when I, a normal person, read this, all I'm looking at is, oh, this guy is despicable. Look what he's trying to do. And it could have nothing to do with me at all. And I could be very welcomed if I ever just go over there, and be in that space just fine. I may be able to ease and move throughout that space just fine if I was in that space, but I'm not. But I'm just saying that, like, that would be wonderful. Like, if you were to go, if you're going to deep dive, and you're trying to like connect to something real, make it real. Like, connect with things that are actual, that you can say, I can look at this and I can put a word to this. Like you can see a tree, then you can put a tape recorder by the tree and walk away. Then you can play it back and you can hear the tree, like the wind rustling through the tree's leaves. But it's a tree. So, like, is there activity whether you close your eyes or not? There is. So you should be able to describe it then. You should be able to feel it. You should be able to look at it and say, yeah, I can identify this. So you're just saying, as you said, scientifically, um, I definitively know that this is actually what it was. It may have done it the wrong way, but just because it has that label on it, right wing, like demystifying or decriminalizing that word right wing, you can't demonize that word anymore. It's not possible. They've ruined, or if you want to say they've ruined it, yeah, it is absolutely, you can't do that because everybody is using it. Like, everybody can be conservative. If you're from Africa, you can be conservative. If you're from India, you can be conservative. So that doesn't even matter, right? So you can't make it like, oh, this big big thing. It's discriminating against us minorities. It doesn't quite work like that. And come to find out, it never has. We just didn't look. Now that they, oh, by the way, they are actually revealing themselves. Not that we went hunting. We didn't even need to go hunt these people. They came, stepped right on out and said, "Here we are. Were you looking for us? We were too busy working, but here we are." They, have families and everything. So, and they're not complaining. They'll let you know right away. So all you have to do is just showcase that, what I'm saying. Like the demystify that what that is. All those terms that we mentioned earlier. Demystify the whole bit. And then deal with wrong is wrong. Then get to that. But how are we going to get to wrong is wrong if we just blanket, what they call, like, blanket the with one word, something we dislike, and we never really go and take a look at, because wrong could be wrong on the one who's saying, "Oh no, that's wrong." It could come from their group just as much as it could come from the group that's being blanketed with, "Oh yeah, it's a big blanket of, oh yeah, right wing." Then, but we never really get to go find the one who's causing all this ruckus. That's the one we want. The one we don't want the many. The many could be doing really wonderful things, innovatively, psychically, business wise, giving opportunities, for others to go to school as they've got the chance to become, solidified. So yeah, because I mean, what's wrong with a charity? That's what we would start out. First of all, number one, what's wrong with a charity? To get on everybody's nerves to say that statement, as that pose that question that's not meant to be answered. Nothing is wrong with a charity, but this. Why is this charity has to be this, and why? Well, why do you have to call it that? What is it? What is it? What is its name? And what is it actually? What is its function? What was it supposed to do? Then I would be asking, well, what? Well, did it do those things, or did it do opposite? If it did do opposite, then we would want to know. We would want to know if it's did anything other than what it was intended for it to do, regardless if it was on paper proper or not. We would want to know. But guess what? What happens when it proves that no, we didn't like open up sweatshops or anything like that, so we could have enough money to house and feed, people. No, it wasn't. That wasn't what it was intended for. So then we got to kind of change our thoughts. We got to change what we're saying. Even we have to change our thoughts. Even if you said, well, it's to produce materials, writing materials, educational materials, and to better navigate, in the online, like when we, advertise for advertisements. That still doesn't equate to anywhere near, trafficking, or whatever. So yeah. So if you start opening up that can of worms and being very specific, they will have to answer you. But that's why I'm saying, if it's, you have to feel it inside if it's a worthy fight, because it can get, obviously that can get exhausting really quick if it's not something, if you connect, especially if you connect with someone, I should say it that way, who's not connected to this properly. They're in over their head. They really want to do good, but they just been doing it the wrong way the whole time, and then trying to kind of. Sometimes you just have to scrap the whole thing and start from scratch. But I believe that you go in there yourself, having done this research you described as the, on both sides though, for the disproving the, for fighting against information, disparaging information that's coming through the news channels, that it's, political, and that it has something to do with human rights. And then on the other hand, like logistics of finances of funds, like how the funds are moved and moving of finances. Because I know you have words. I can't even think of those words right now, that I've heard on television shows. But I know you have words for that, legal words for that one word, fancy ones. So like you could definitely say, well, if you're accusing them of this, it would be that, but that's not what we're here for today. In fact, you could go in and probably, for everything that they're accusing him of, you probably could draw, right beside it, write the actual word that it would be called, that you would have to call it. Like, this is what he's being charged with. But then get right down to, so this is the only thing that they're looking at. And then you can go on to say, okay, but all right, he's been charged. This is what they're looking at. This is what they're saying he's done. But you can have so much fun with teaching people that what they're saying, what he's doing, and that you have a word for it, and that's actually not it at all, that could be a lot of fun to write from that point of view. Because that's your energy, right? That's coming from your inner light. So I think that you would do really well there. And I think that, in terms of going viral, and by the way, in this winning climate, as a psychic, I'm speaking, in this winning climate of the far right having, captured globally the majority of the the power structures I'm talking about, you would definitely what they call go viral with this. I mean, you do really well so far as like you were to blog about some of this, or at least blog about the educational factors, not necessarily the case, but I mean like just educating people, being informative type style writing, you would do really well. And of course, you already know the fact that it's got the trigger words like human rights, and it definitely one day, when this is behind you, you write about it, there's going to be a big one. So, like the outcome, and yeah, so it's absolutely a worthy fight. It's just how you go about it. That's the only thing. Hmm. Unfortunately, it would be too like more could have been said. Because it's like it's kind of like saying yes or no. When people say yes or say no is what I'm looking for. But when you're asked a short answer, if you just write a yes or a no, you're gonna get like, okay, you only 75%, points you could have gotten, and you surrendered it by just saying yes or no. So it's like you want the other chance to get the other 75%, they give it to you. Say, go sit down for 5 minutes and think it over. So you would want to expound on that. And I believe that if you go with either explaining that other side of it, as well as like you can like give the yes, this is the way it's done, and it should have been done that way. That is the law, following the law. And it's like you explaining, trying to explain away a parking ticket that everybody like gonna get a parking ticket. Well, that's what I'm speaking to. That's my point. That's the point. You're explaining something that everybody knows that yes, that's not right to do legally, but you are then expounding on that argument by going into the human rights argument. Yes. Yeah, yes, I deserve that parking ticket. Or no, I really didn't deserve that parking ticket. Whatever. Okay, are you trying to argue that I should have gotten another parking ticket, or did I deserve the parking ticket? Okay, okay, I got the parking ticket. Now what next? But you're saying, but at the same time, he wasn't over there like being a transport for illegal substances. So, are you trying to say that that's what you're trying to do, all this additional stuff? And you're arguing for my defense, like, no, give him a ticket, but don't be like calling him a like this other stuff you're trying to a thief. I'm not a thief. I got a park ticket. I'm not. Doesn't make me a thief. So like like they're adding all this additional added stuff that you would say it doesn't matter anyway. All I gotta do is just work with the first one. But in terms of like battling like media, painting him and running him through the mud, through the trenches, you can deal with that as well simultaneously. That's why we said yes, you should work with both of them. The fights are different, and then you're not going to have any trouble with the first one. Like if you do the first one, you get no trouble. You do the second one, that one is where you get, well, we explained how to do it with but do it in a healthy way so that you'll be fine. But both issues should be addressed. The first one you'll have no problems. The second one will come with recoil. You just have to be fortified. But once you're those things, you can protect And you can write about the second one. Hmm. They say those carry souls. Right, right. Hmm. Okay, sure. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. The distinguishing the circumstances is what we're actually focused on. In one word, that that where your mind is at, distinguishing the two, that's where they want you to focus on because they want you to distinguish between what's going on in one situation versus what's going on in another one. Because they on their side, they're running it all together. You can't believe your mind because you're like, what? That's not right. You're telling me they're different. They're unrelated. I hear that. You know that. You're telling me that. You're teaching me that, right? And I'm learning something new. They are intentionally for to their benefit and running it all together as one thing. Yeah. So you using that one word, so should I so me distinguishing between the two, that's what I should be doing. 1,000% correct. That's a 100. Yes. Okay. Hmm. Yes. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Oh my. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Right. Oh boy. This one is going to be a bit of a challenge because that feeling of trying to trying to slate, trying to slate themselves into into something that you were very much a part of. You know that in the reality, in the dimensions where you were at the time, protected, something watching. Okay, it's about control. That's what it was. They want to control this. They're trying to control this situation going forward. Job, well, we know they're trying to control, take away the control, or where you don't have as much as say or much as control. That's what they're going for. Breakthrough, control issues. Even this is about control. Number one. I'm sorry. Well, you said something to the effects of um, going with not going as like the reasons of or going with their own thoughts, like you said, to the one you mentioned. I was on this case. I won it, and this was what it was. And but they choose to go with another went another way, like they went at the bottom selection or a different decision. That whomever these people are, they want to be in control. They're it's like a tug of war. They're trying to be control, like trying to control this, like the direction of things. They want to be in control. Like by saying, "Oh yes, you did. Let's go with yours." It gives you control. It's like I feel like control. They're trying to take away the levers on my side, like the control. I still think that you're going to end up having the ability, like your involvement, to do what you feel was comfortable going forward if you're part of it. But I believe like this on paper right now, I felt like this was done because somebody wanted to be in control of either the conversation, the words, I don't know, not necessarily the outcome. I don't think they want to dictate the outcome, but they definitely want to feel like if this is by me that this gets done, like by my hand. Somebody who's saying, that yeah, you're on the case, but I am the deciding factor in this. That's what it gives me that feeling right there. Whomever this was. Hmm. 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 Right. Right. Hmm. Right. We also did a reading where it was like it was like we did the one with to me with a lot of references, and it was like I have references to spare, but they were like, well, we only need one, so which one you want to go with? I remember that as well. Okay. But I felt that, but I remember the answer. The answer was to figure it out a way or compute it in a way such as they would have to like contact you and like ask you, "Well, which one would you like us to add on here and then go forward?" You said that's probably most likely what they will do, but that you in fact do have more than references than they will need. You're like, but I have the references in either direction. I can, my path can go in a few different ways. It's kind of like I viewed it as exceptionalism, to be honest. And so that's what I felt it was. I was like, well, we only need one, so which one would you like to go with? So I always felt that it was like no matter what this application was going through, that's what I was left with, impression wise. Like it would go through indeed, but it was a matter of, I know you said, but it's going to matter how it goes through. That's going to mean a lot to me because what will it look like when it's time for me to apply for the silk application? And I didn't know if you meant if I don't use this one, whatever is not, whatever is the over plus, that maybe I can put it in for silk. And if it doesn't make the cut on this one, then great. Okay, I can use it for a silk application next year. I didn't know if you meant it that way, but I definitely felt that. Well, you told me that there wasn't a look. We have more than like we've got the kind of like the jackpot here, but they're gonna want it concise, and we'll be ready for them. I just have to decide if they ever ask, but I'm gonna try to get them all on here, which is gonna really look good. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, right, right. I was okay. So when you allowed me to read uh, Thomas, when you allowed me to read the judges, the ones that I read, these were favorable judges, though. In fact, okay, if you recall, there was also a woman. I said, "There's a woman. There's a Thomas. Don't worry. Thomas may take some time to get to you." He said he got to me. He reached out to me, back, or got back in touch with me. If it's the right one, I mean. But I believe it was Thomas, and we needed him to reach out. And he reached out, and I said, "He's going to reach out. He just needs a moment." That he would say, "So where would you like to use me?" And it was at the same day that I would have read. There was a woman and a woman judge, a female judge, and we said she will reach out, but she's got to figure out like where do you. We're just trying to gauge you out. Like, okay, so how can I help you? Where would you need me? And even though the guy said that it was a possibility that you both would be working together, or like as a resource, that she would be your source. It was still amazing because sometimes the way that she's not easy. She's not easy. She sounds like a challenging personality, and for when you said guess, it's like almost like you said guess, you didn't say guess what, but you it was like guess what, guess who reached out. Yes, she reached out to me, and she said it was like yes, sure, sure, yeah, I'd love to be a source. So I was like, oh wow, that, so it was amazing when to my account that they both, it was favorable for both, and that there was some kind of contact. It was a matter of, in fact, you heard from her first, the most challenging, right? Before he reached out, when of course in the when we were interacting, but Thomas was definitely like, yes, I am on it. It was just okay. So when is he gonna be reaching out? Any day now. So when I read him, I felt that it was favorable that he be one of them. He'd definitely be one. If you needed him though, because you did allow me to read a few, but I was got good feelings off of each of them. I felt that the application would go through with the ones that at least that you named off, the ones that you allowed me to read. It was like four or five. It was a few of them. It was more than just these two, but these two stood out to me though. Because with Thomas, I believe he was a team of sorts. Like there was more than one person that I was going through. The lady, the judge was a woman. That was more direct. It was more like her, and maybe like somebody passing on a message. Like then she get to you right away. But with Thomas, there were like a few people in the midst of all of this. There was another group where there was like two people, but these were also ladies. So there was that group. So it was just a few that I recall, I believe. If I'm not, of course, if I'm getting this correct, I'm just saying. And you have me read a lot of people, but I do get the sense that the way that I understood was is that these, regardless of who you went with, ultimately, that this would be of successful sources, resources. These would be successful. I felt that there would be a success, but I definitely felt good about Thomas because there was a gentleman that you would bring up frequently that you was very much keen to ask, that you, but at the time when we were reading, you felt was was a good fit to have as such. And then of course it was just a matter of, will he reach back out? Pretty much, it was like, sure he will, but when will he and you talk? Hmm. See how it might happen. Oh boy, this one might be tricky. This could be really tricky unless you're like you use it as, okay, so you have your references, but you kind of like are already talking about the application. Like at some point you said you're going to talk about it, and then without, like, I mean, like you can mention a name, then you can mention the post, and then like maybe as a, you know how you insert a link, and then it's like, yes, from this person from who I mentioned, from this post is a, and then here's a link insertion, and then your, so they can, oh, if you like to, oh, by the way, you kind of like a shameless self promotion, like you can read this article, for, if for a, it's kind of like a, you go like a, if you have the time or want to read it later, but then you can also, you can continue just reading this post on about, like, for that topic regarding the application. So you can kind of bridge them that way without having to like dominate, or how do I do the dance where now we're working with sensitive information, how much you want to share about this person, or how much you want to share at all, due to the nature, the sensitivity nature. It can, because you would already have written about what's going on already, the articles regarding like the public, everything going on in the public, but for the sake of the application, they're associated by name. But of course, the sentence, you made it clear that, you know uh, this name, and okay, it's associated with this public post, and then, oh, an article to read more on, to get the full scope on that, as we can and continue reading on about today's subject, which is the application. So it can be kind of bridged, at least, or like linked or LinkedIn, until you get to a place where you feel more, I guess, safe, or like it's safe enough to, like, maybe make it official, like officially, and bring these things up into full on dialogue in a single post. But it feels very much like the ability to sort of like do a little bit of bridging would be helpful, would be more helpful than, because you otherwise it's the application, but you're talking about the, or using, you say using all those characters, to talk about the public post, which is okay. But if you were trying to focus on one subject, like a very, like the subject that you want them to have for that day, it's like, just kind of like inferring, oh, look, here's a link, but this name is associated with that link. Just remember that. Of course, this is not a random link, so definitely they will. Maybe they've already read it as well, so they, oh yeah, I recall that post. But then they say, yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. Let me click on that. There's a link here. Here we are. Oh, there's a link here. Well, okay, let me see. They click the link and then oh, she's talking about this gentleman. He's from this. Oh, and then they're relaying. Oh, now we know who he is. He's a resource. And then as they continue the rest of the post, so that, I mean, it's favorable. It would work, and it's a way of kind of like you say, organize. How do I do this organization in an organizing way? It's a challenge, like you're describing. Um, those are too wide. Like the gap between the two of them is ridiculous. The only thing that would tie them in would be just a name almost. Well, other than like other than yourself, but if you're the one, it's in your voice. Like that's what links the two is a name. One name links the two. So it's like they have to become very interested in that source name, but they should already recognize that post because you would have already like that post. It would have already gone viral. That's going to be a big one. The one about the public. That's going to be a big post. So by the time they read, and maybe you have like a snazzy, like a title, and yeah, they're gonna remember that title. Oh, wait a minute, yeah, I read that post. Oh, I already read that. Yeah, that post was a good one. And now they can associate that big post that went viral with that name, plus kind of okay, this person's a reference, got it, and then so yeah, it will link together or marry together. They will have that special connection. But by the time it's time for you to, you said, begin to write for which kind of like lets you know, well, that means I would officially declare that I am doing that public post. Not only that, which one goes first? The public post would be going first, and then so that later on you would be able to share the link that gets people back to that post again that they would have read it and familiarize themselves with it, and then now reading your applications that are in sync. They're in sync together. That's a lot. Mm-hmm. Keep them linked up. Yes, which is fun and interactive, by the way. Which that's another thing. They clicking on your links. That's engagement. With interaction, and plus reading, giving you more insight, impressions, and reading time if they hadn't read it, or just reading it again. That's well, this. You have people who want to reread and look at it again. Yeah, all that still is valued. If they measure those too. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Yes. Yes. Because you end up because there's an article that's very specific that you talk about silk, and you mentioned the A panel. That's why this is really good to talk like to clarify that, like the importance of silk. or highlighting silk, and then people recognize the importance of silk. Okay. Oh wow. Yes. Yes. Which that naturally would put you on the theme of like, look, that A panel is, pristine. There's something with that. Like, look into it, guys. Like, yeah, absolutely. Mm, a good plan. Wonderful synchronicities. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Right. Okay. I get the sense that this is for like solution. Like, this is definitely something that's coming across that Mercury vibe, through that Gemini. This is meant to solve a long, like a problem, like a permanent solution. Like this one is like needed. Like this win next is pretty much like says it all. Like it's a done deal. After this, the guide says that like the awakened, concerns, like, or anxieties, it's over this for the over the next few, like, 2 months, but it's speaking to a lot about like the winter seasons or end of year vibration. So there's some 26 elements here as well. They did say that, like the timing is okay for this. Like, they just said, I just want to get this right for many reasons. It's like, I want to get this right, which I believe, no doubt, that you will. Like, you're available, you're on top of things, but it says that, some things sometimes it represents that like there's a block that this other side seems to have to overcome. Like there's some challenges that the other side, I believe, must overcome, and in order to, I guess, have get to the place where they can think about winning. In other words, um, the well, let me see here. Whether they have anything to say about where's the? Did I mention the judges? They're speaking specifically to your opponents, in this one. That your opponent is the one who has something to overcome, is what I see, or something like maybe something to prove, um, something in that space. Um, but it's like, I don't know why this is showing up, but it's like I don't want to regret. It feels like somebody's saying, I just don't want any regrets. Like I want this behind me, but I don't want any regrets. I think it may mean that this other side, might be romanticizing the idea that things can flip around, and maybe things can, like you said, it's very unpredictable in your world. So anything can happen. You've taught me that. You said you think you're going one way, and then they flip it and go a completely other direction. So it's like you're on top of things in that way, but the other side is like, I just like they're like, yeah, we could just forget about it, but it's like, no, I've got to do the appeal because I want to make sure. Like I don't want to regret thinking, oh, maybe if I just would have done this. So I definitely see that. It's like ego. The ego says, I don't want to say that I lost. I have to let this one go. Like the ego is taking over. So that's all coming from that other side. And then I look for the anything going on uh, with the judges. Vibrationally, again, it's more like it says a lot about you, opponent. Not still again. They're not speaking. I believe that these judges are solidified. Like they're in whatever. Like you mentioned before, they've already chosen. It's like these judges are in, but it also feels very much like there's a lot of like things like it's like it's like the decision is already set. So it's like we have to see if the decision can be overturned, or that if there's a something anything different that could make change minds. Is that's the vibe I get that you have, or all the fours here. Oh boy, you have more. I mean, like the decision is pretty strong here. Only thing, okay, what's missing here? Something. Yep, it's all about the fiery sides. It's like new things. They got to explain a new beginning, a new direction. That's the only way that this works for the like the appeal. That's the only thing that works. They have three of four. That means we already know from what angle they have to come from. They have to come by way of creativity, fiery vibration, passion. We already know what direction they have to come. Very, interactive type vibration. They have to get people, judges, stoked for their ideas in order for them to have any sort of like future outlet or possibility. I keep seeing completions. Okay, so I did two different readings, and every time they talk about that this is technically complete, and so they had to literally introduce something new that makes this like, oh no, this is not complete or this is not final. So this is not going to be easy because all this is, by the way, all of this is describing in the realm of communication, meaning they have to change thought. That the thoughts they already have a preconceived thought. It's already there. So yeah, not easy. Not easy at all. Hmm. Right. Sure. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Right. The guides here are illustrating that. Um, so they okay. Business wise, there's so many fronts about money, like you said, it's all about tax and things like that. Other people's money, all of that, money owed, money this, money, personal money, all of that business, right? Abundance. Also, they showed me the month of November, like late November into December. So timing is impeccable here. Talking about as we over the next 2 months as we bring in the new year, and they're saying that you very well could, like spend your time focusing on, like making sure that everything is sharp. I think you will try to like recapture, because they say that your resolution side or able to find solution to support your argument. Like, how can I now have a resolve with that? Because their resolve is they wanted to go forward with this appeal. Your resolve is in that fight, you wanted to work with your, with the argument that you want to work with. And this does allow you to do exactly that. I do get the sense that vibrationally, being that they want to cement this, like it feels like it's going to be cemented, by the way. I think that as you fortify the first two wins, like you like, look, this one is pretty consistent, and here's why. That you also take on the third one. I believe that you'll have a much more like an outcome, a probability of changing, of flipping that into a win, because the fact that, especially if you excel, it's kind of like saying, okay, look, this is definitive. Like they are defeated, and this is what it is. Like you won, but moreover now you've even proven, the one that you want to turn around into a win, a full win. So their last four states that you will do really well in this in the new. It'll be 2026, so they're looking at the year 2026. Very favorable for you to turn this around. You received the Gemini. So Gemini is definitely realm of communication. Um, Definitely dealing with like elements of just some sense of justice. So it's by February they're linked. Gemini, a lot of Gemini vibrations here by February. Yeah, you could turn this around. That the win into a win. You could do it. It's favorable to go this route. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes, it would be most favorable this time around because they said that you now can, like, things that needed to have a resolution. You now can tap that. You tap into that energy. You tap into those answers. The resolution, as in, it gives you Gemini gives you the ability to have the solution needed to see to the heart of things. And the way that this was argued in the top of the year 2026, you're very favorably secured in that space. And now it's just a matter of like getting that information out there, which according to the reading you're able to do. And you've already, it's like you have them already, is what I see. But I mean the judges' opinions, their opinions and thoughts, you already have them. Like their decision still is strong about the first two wins. So they're really, they are, what do you call it? It's like they are. There's a connection to you now, is what I pick up on. I was going to say report, that was on my brain, but it's like they feel they feel that the side that you're operating from is that's what they're more sound with, and they seem to be more open to saying, to seeing your side better than they had in the past. And mhm. I was just gonna say, I think that they also are saying, look, this is like a bona fide, like the wins now. They are solid, like they are cemented, is what I felt. It's like, okay, if she does really well on this one, improves this third one, that's it. That's it right from there. Like you just have to accept it. Hmm. Hmm. Yes. Sunday and Mondays. Hmm. Okay. I can't wait to hear about it. A pleasure. You too. Woo. Oh. Oh. She making my brain think. Who does she think she is? Making my brain sweat. I'm like, you're the intellectual. You tell me. I wish I could say that. Oh, okay. But it's a good day, and I have 2 more hours. It's gonna be busy. Ooh, I know they is mad. Yeah, my client, my sweetheart, didn't even reach out to me. Did like she said. I told her, I said, she said, I'm Aquarius. I said, oh, we know how Aquarius are. Aquarius are aloof. They will. That's the thing. They let a lot pass through, but I'm telling you, if they feel it, they have no problem taking off on you. Whew. But like, that's why you mustn't never quit excelling yourself, because if you're like on the simplest thing, you're like, oh, you stand by that? That's how you really feel? Well, I visit you, yes, and I deliver for you every time and make it worth your while. To always do my job and do the excellent. Well, we'll just see when I don't come visit you. You're like, oh gosh. I was gonna lose that fight. I could have told you that. If you, of course, I'm gonna lose that fight. I hate that. That's why I'm like, oh, I'm so nice to you. Or to now I'm like, love you the bits. Like, oh, they don't want to say love me the bits back. Aw. But we used to say it all the time. You don't feel like saying I love you? Oh, maybe later. Okay. Oh gosh. Especially when they make you say it. When they make you say, no, I'm here for you. I'm like, God, you can't even say I love you more. I'm saying I'm here for you more. You're not here to check on me. I'm here for you. Well, we'll see about that. When I don't contact you and you wonder where I am at. Oh, diabolical. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. You know how to do. Psychic, he had to excuse Psychic. Psychic had to talk to himself. It's okay though, I'm back. All right. So, what's going on? What? What did you just do? Uh, am I still live? Oh yeah, I'm still on. I was like, what's going on here, bro? Okay. Like I know y'all lying. Okay, there I go. Okay. You don't mind if I turn this? Let me turn this light off. Okay, there's enough sunlight in here. So it's a little quiet now. You know, I've got a few hours. I did a smart thing today. Yeah. I go to work early in the morning. Um, all I have to do now, I have to make sure that I email all the clients, at least the client for today, or the two clients. I need to make sure I email all my clients, I guess, but only email the current ones. Yeah, let make sure Oh, and there was a video chat. That was my first video chat. Hmm. And I, yeah, I was very happy. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good day. I'm gonna keep on growing. Hmm. And yeah, I'll keep you all informed. Um, the channel's gonna continue to grow. Thank you for like dropping in and saying hello. Um, uh, I hope you all are having a great day, a good afternoon. Hope all your wishes come true. Only I still have one more call to expect. Somebody's gonna try to come and test the reading. But that, in other words, get on your nerve. Yeah, somebody gonna try to get on my nerve. I'm gonna try not to fly off the handle this time. But this Leo right now, Leo is like, roar, let your roar out. You're like, even my client was like, I don't know where it came from. I was like, wow. So everybody's in a roar, even if it doesn't matter if you are introvert. Yep. That Leo just like put it on the tip of your tongue. You'd be like, oops, before you even notice those words escape your lips. So what's going on? Anything good? I dare not log out. For some reason, I just feel so good about doing readings while I'm during live, which is good because I'm kind of like the only one in here. But at the same time, um, people like drop in and say hello. I know that the sometimes the live feels like, but it's not curated just for me. There are times when I'm saying hello, how are you? Ask a question. You have any questions? And we don't have to talk about you and your payment arrangements. Nothing like that. We're not even asking for money. So yeah, you could talk about anything you want, except you just kids can't fraud me or anything like that. You can't like fraud me or fraud anybody in the room. I mean, no, I can't let you do that. But we can definitely have a conversation. Well, I found this series, and I mean, the quality is amazing. I mean, the show, the writing is phenomenal. It's not slow, it's a beat. I mean, it's really good. It's a series too. So I'm watching it. Yeah. And of course, it's a bit occultic. So yeah, I kind of have to wait till night. I'll watch the reruns during the day, but I have to kind of wait till the night time to watch it because that's when it's good. Put on my earplugs. Yeah, it's really good. I mean, they they I don't know why they're not on unless it's old, but it doesn't seem old. Yeah, it's like Netflix worthy, if not better. Like it could be on it could do really well. Could it do HBO? Well, if it was like it's like one story that's over an hour, so it's not like a show series, but it's a series, but there are different stories. And I haven't found any stories that overlap yet, but no, I have no stories has overlapped, so that might be why it may not be like Netflix or why because yeah, surprisingly, it's on Tubi. So let me see, when was it released? Because I mean, it's really good. Hold on. And then an abrupt. See, that's what I was talking about. I was like, that sure ended fast. It says for Trump and Putin, handshakes on a red carpet and a joint limo ride, then an abrupt ending. Like, yeah, I noticed. I was like, wait a minute, that was a very fast talk for something so serious. Like, okay, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Okay, let me see about other stuff first, and then I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna read that article. No, I don't want to hear his side. I don't even want him to even dare to try to explain why people do the crazy things they do. No way. Uh, okay, bridge builders to end war. Okay, that sounds better. Israeli Palestinians, the real Palestinians, not the spiritual demolition crew, not them. Okay, all right, this is the one. Okay, yeah. Why did they end that? I figured that conversation ended rather quickly. It says joint base. Okay, Richard. Okay, in Alaska. It says first came the red carpet, then the warm handshake, friendly smiles, and military planes flying overhead. Finally, President Trump and Russian leader Vladimir Putin climbed into the back seat of Trump's presidential limousine, casually chatting like reunited friends. Okay, skip, skip. You know what I'm asking. Uh, pursuing peace, skip. Okay, hold on. Everything, okay. He's constantly told him, okay, hold on. And quartergraph, okay. The, okay. Uh, clickbait, clickbait. They don't even know. I know. I know why they, I know why. They talk about an abrupt ending and went on to talk about something else. Yeah, that meeting was relatively slow. What's up with that? Mm, mm. Yeah, they didn't have to add that into the title. Like they were the abrupt ending. Okay. So, okay, one of them says Trump said to meet Ukraine Zelensky after successful talks with Putin. Another one says Trump Putin summit updates. No Ukraine cease deal after Alaska. And guess what? We all have to wait till Monday. We don't get to hear anything else about it until Monday. Mm, mm-hmm. I knew it was coming a week ago. That's what I explained to my client. I was telling my client that was the one who I was saying, yeah, that's gonna be a miracle. Explain why too. Like it's for show, it's for optics. The way that they're visible, but Putin does not want to stop right there. Nope. But we would still pray that that would be a different outcome. We're praying for a miracle, or that the miracle would be that like let go of those ambitions to take over Ukraine, absorb Ukraine into Russia. Let go of those ambitions. Go home. You have all that land. You haven't even utilized all the old land that you have. Mm. They can't tell me they're utilizing all that land, regardless of history. Where they want it? Just to look at it, because that's what they're like. That's what they do with they have. They have all their land just to look at. Of course, it's rich in resources. Okay, I'm gonna put aside. Let me see. Who else can we bother? Oh yeah, I want to see. Are y'all put on these shows? Any good YouTube lives? Any good YouTube shows? Nope, they're not up yet. Oh yeah, Saturday. They might be on a cookout. I am. It's midday. Only have a few more hours, and I get to have some fun too, y'all. So don't think that I'm. Yeah, I worked out a better schedule. I do in the morning, and then the rest after 3 or 4 on one days. Mondays it's 4 o'clock. All the other days it's 3 o'clock, and it doesn't get remember it doesn't become night until 9 p.m. So I have plenty of time to go and swim, ski, whatever, run, trails, all that. Yeah, plenty of time. Shop, plenty of time. Okay, just saying. Don't be like my clients. They're like, you don't do anything. You just stay on. No, it looks like that because I'm a time psychic, and it's an illusion. You think I'm here all day, but actuality it's just a work day, and I'm out of here by noon. But they're on their side. Yeah. Like one of my clients who actually traveled over here kind of figured it out. I told her, I said, now you can see what I'm telling you. And so I added some days and were like, what do you try to make a big deal of the fact that it's like You don't understand. My regular was every day, the entire, like for 36 days. And then I would take 3 days off. That's how I would. So I've calmed it where I just need the weekends and then I can decide sparingly where. And so I've been coming on much later rather than my usual. So I haven't spent, and I'm still getting out of here. You're not even touching hardly my lunchtime. So anyway, so they come to discover that they weren't happy with that answer. I'm like, oh my gosh. Anyways, so somebody come in here today pretending that they are YouTube and had a ranch and everything, pretending they're YouTube chat and was saying 20 minutes shut down my, they said going to start flagging my channel and then was like, YouTube guideline violations. And then on top of that was like, you got to go to the community chat and write apologies, which I cleared and zeroed them out after a while. After I thought about it, it's like, that wasn't very funny. Was this funny? Is this funny? I let it stay up there. Then I thought about it, it's like, no, that's not funny because that could turn into a lot of stuff. Yeah, I could have messed up my average, all the potential subscribers I could have gotten, expecting me to be here, and I hear I'd logged out. Um, I could have really believed them, and then they could have started asking me for money, to unlock special features. So yeah, so I was like, yeah, I better not leave that there. So I zeroed it out. It wasn't as funny when I thought about it. It became less funny. As like, wait a minute, this could turn into something like very dramatic later. But anyways, like, why are they why are they masquerading as YouTube and then adding a ranch and everything? I was like, first of all, you're supposed to contact me through. I know full on well YouTube contacts you through email. Yeah, they contact you the email, and you'll know them if a YouTube contacts you, which is wonderful. That means that your channel is on our radar. If I'm on your radar, that means I'm visible. If I'm on your radar, that means yeah, um, and you're moving like this. A group of five came in here and the system held all of their stuff. And I was like, why did the system hold your stuff? I went and read their paragraphs. I'm like, oh, a big soliciting campaign. There's like, oh boy, they're not concerned about who's reading a book. They're concerned. They're like, oh my gosh, who is this person? Because yeah, you would get more out of media and marketing if you just simply, pay the $20 to YouTube, or simply like ask a book club to review your book and just go ahead and pay them the money and let them review your book, or just simply just do a press release of the book all across all social medias like Twitter, and just pay, you know, $20, and let it kind of sit for a minute, or have a model, a lifestyle model, displaying your book in the back or something like that. So I'm like, yeah, they're looking at my channel start to come to life, and they just, they and they're hiding behind reading material, which I came back and said, hey, I am actually working with the clients of an actual famous psychic who just released a book on Amazon, and I put down a link. Like, so that was how I responded, though. Out of all the things, millions of things, of course, infinite things I could have said. So I'm doing really well. It's the dreaded quarter till two. Then I have only 1 hour to go from there. Hmm. Um, yeah, so I'm very surprised the other day. Let me check. I'm gonna make sure my 5 stars are solid. Because I did do, this is my first time doing my video live streaming. You know, how, I mean, you fall apart the first time. Let me see. Yeah, I dropped cards and everything. Oh, my 5 is still there. Okay. All right. Okay. My 5 stars are still intact. I'm still your 5 star psychic. I'm not famous, but I would say I'm renowned because there's 5 famous psychics. Like, well, they're not my crown, but you know what I mean. They're right there. They're like they are, I would say they're the ceiling. So all 5 of them, one each one a star, and I have 5 stars. I'm a 5 star renowned, humble, very humble, renowned psychic, and I'm working to channeling all of that integrity and what do you call it, responsibility into my YouTube channel. I still don't have it quite figured out how I'm intending to read every single person who wants a reading. I haven't figured that out, but I'm gonna figure it out to where I can read everybody who wants a reading. I mean, I'll figure it out because there's only one of me. So I can imagine it could get pretty hectic pretty fast. Like if 20 people booked me, that means I have 20 readings to do today. If 20 people a day booked me, yeah, I'd be doing 20 readings a day. That doesn't sound like a lot until you actually do it, which I've done it. Yeah, it's a lot. 100 people a week is a lot. It's a lot. 120 people plus in a week's time is a lot. Yes, yes. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Well, I know sort of the process. I maybe don't have my all my numbers. I haven't thought that out. I guess I need to start thinking about that. Um, yeah, I'll think of something, but I need it where members can do some things like hmm, hmm. I think about it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pop my brain. I better just relax. I'm not even there yet. Maybe it'll come to me in a dream or something. Well, it is as of yesterday, I am in receiving messages, by the way, for the new year. Maybe I'll get insight about how I should proceed with that. They were telling me when my channel was going to start moving. It did exactly in July, like it said. So, uh, watch hours, I have more watch hours than I ever had. Soon I'll have 300 watch hours. Oh my gosh. I'm so nervous. What happens then? So you get, uh, I already know how this is going to go. 500 watch hours, 300, I'm watching for that 500 mark, but 500 watch hours, which is any day now, by the way, 500 watch hours. And then I'm thinking, oh boy, I'm going to be at 1,000 watch hours any day now. Now heard initially, once I reach 1,000 watch hours, the rest of the time I'm going to be like, it's happening. It's definitely happening. So now I just have to just become more focused as I approach the 3,000 watch hours. But when I get 1,000 watch hours, I should be able to start imagining like what I intend to do with membership stuff. Um, and I definitely at the 3,000, I'll be very confident by the time that I figure out, all the new features, and going live and telling you all about it. Um, you know, I'll be moving towards that 400 or 4,400. I wish 4,000 watch hours, and then watch the rule. By the way, guess what? You know who I am. You know what I am. The moment that I reach 4,000 watch hours, or even 3,000 watch hours, the closer I get, you already know they're going to make changes. I'm just giving you the heads up. They always do that. I set standards, so they're basically are going to move the bar. I hate to do it to you, but um, I'm just trying to get to where I can create memberships and things like that. But they always, the world or like whatever I get into involved with, once I figure it out, they're like, oh, it's time. They start moving the bar or they do something. So just letting you know, heads up already, it's gonna happen. For the moment that I've already figured out the I figured out the formula that works for me. I don't know what works for you all, but that's what works for me. So I know how to get in here. Um, so probably something is getting ready to change to something that I have to start studying again. I don't know. Nah, it won't. I can take my own advice. Like, yeah, that was in the past. This time, the path is clear and bright, and everything or everyone who was an obstacle, thanks to Jupiter, they got out of the way because they have to go chase after their own stuff. And the people who I'm meant to meet, we're the same light. So we're attracting to each other. So that's the way I explain it to my clients who are experiencing the same simulation. Oh my gosh, did I really say that? I don't speak like that. I said, who are experiencing the same simulation as I am, no, situation as I am. I'm nearly about to start saying Matrix next. Let's see. So, um, so we're gonna be like 1 hour.